Let's take a step further. The Ghana Route is building skills for the future and is supporting. The Ghana Route Skills Mega is a first of its kind in South Africa and on the African continent. It is one of a kind district-based, Ghana Route district-based investment vehicle that helps people to become more employable at all levels of our district. The Ghana Route Skills Mega is probably the only non-money spending project in the district. Why? Because all the funds are sourced from external donors, mostly the Sector Education and Training Authority of South Africa and the National Skills Fund. And I want to say today wholeheartedly thank you to these wonderful institutions. Some of you may ask, what is the key ingredient to a successful Skills Mega? The reason it is successful is simply because the Skills Mega actively, our Business Chamber of Knysna and Hessequa have been actively working with the Skills Mega, and the other business chambers will follow suit soon. I want to thank the Ghana Route Skull Club, I'm not sure if they're here today, for really supporting the Skills Mega program with large tourism and hospitality projects, as we believe. They have also some more expansive international plans for our district, and they certainly are an example for all employer-based structures. It is also important to note that the Ghana Route Skills Mega is fully aligned with the Ghana Route Growth and Development Strategy that I mentioned earlier, as well as the JDMA and the DDM District Development Module at national level. A recent presentation made by the Presidential Climate Commission Skills Development Conference on the 30th of October 2024 in Sandton, Gauteng, indicated that the future of skills development in South Africa requires a bottom-up approach that allows for localized placed learners with very specific skills development zones, or like we call it nowadays, SDZs. The George Airport expansion is something that I'm passionate about. The airport infrastructure enhancement involves the expansion of the existing terminal building to accommodate increased passenger traffic from the current almost 1 million passengers per year to doubling that up in the new terminal to 2 million passengers per year. There are retail offerings included in this upgrade too. The expansion will benefit the business owners that commute between George and Johannesburg, help with tourism, improve the parking situation at the airport, and increase passenger capacity. It must be kept in mind that the airport is an important gateway to our success as a Ghana Route. We are also excited to champion as the Ghana Route District Municipality and drive with AXA the possibility of an additional runway at the George Airport for the main reason to export agricultural produce directly to international markets from George. I want to commend AXA for the brilliant work they are doing currently in the George Airport upgrades. The Plettenberg Bay Airport expansion, RSA Aero has secured the tender to develop, lease and operate the Plettenberg Bay Airport. The project entails constructing a new terminal building, extending the runway to accommodate larger aircrafts, and enhancing fire and rescue emergency services to meet international aviation category 6 standards. These upgrades also aim to boost tourism and economic activity within our region. The George Municipality neighbouring this beautiful Knysna has embarked on a comprehensive infrastructure development initiative funded by a 1.1 billion rand grant. The project, expected to be completed by November 2025, encompasses 12 components aimed to enhancing water treatment capacity, upgrading sewer pump stations, improving raw water storage and distribution systems. Key undertakings include the expansion of the new water treatment works to 60 million litres per day, capacity constructing new reservoirs and pump stations, and refurbishing existing facilities to ensure a reliable water supply for a growing population and the support for future economic development. The Rosemore Stadium in George is undergoing a game-changer upgrade of 40.5 million rand, focusing on the installation of a Tata athletics track. This multi-million rand project aims to transform the existing track into a modern facility that meets international standards, thereby enhancing the region's sport infrastructure capabilities. The development is expected to boost local athletic participation and enabling hosting of our regional and national events, contributing to the community's economic and social growth. As you've seen, if you come into George, you will see on the left-hand side at the circle the construction of the new Mediclinic in George Hospital. It is currently progressing as we planned, and the estimated date of opening is early in 2026. It's a 3-story building facilitating 25,000 square meters, initially offering 251 beds, including a 20-bed day hospital with 3 theatres. The design also allows for future expansion, potentially adding an additional 6,000 square meters and additional 72 beds within the facility. Notably, the new hospital will feature a state-of-the-world heart unit servicing the Ghana route, which is so needed for our area. As we continue to make strides toward positioning the Ghana route as a premier destination for both locals and international visitors, I'm thrilled to announce that the Ghana route District Municipality has introduced an innovative exemption policy for dog-friendly dining. This pioneering policy, the first of its kind on a district level, creates a welcoming environment for pet owners and encouraging food establishments to establish dog-friendly areas, all while ensuring and adhering to strict health conditions. Not only does this policy reduce red tape, but it also opens up the Ghana route to more segments of our society, making our region a more inclusive and attractive place for our tourists. With the holiday season fast approaching, the policy will allow restaurant owners to implement the plans and enhance their offerings. It is one more way we are working to enhance our tourism sector, supporting local businesses as a Ghana District Municipality and enriching the visitor experience for the whole of the Ghana route. In our pursuit of a greener and a more sustainable Ghana route, we are excited to introduce driving into the future with electric vehicles. This initiative represents a major step forward in our commitment to clean energy and environmental responsibility. By bringing together local stakeholders, industry experts, to make electrical vehicles more accessible and integrated into our region. We are planning with local stakeholders and dealerships to host an electric vehicle seminar in the first quarter of 2025 within the Ghana route to try and be the destination of choice for all electric vehicle owners in South Africa with an excellent charging infrastructure layout across the Ghana route. I conclude. As I started the address, I alluded to the Ghana route dream. Making this dream a reality is the sole mission of Team Ghana route. We are ready, we are eager to unlock new opportunities for investment, growth and development. With our focus on sustainable practices, strong governance and a commitment to improving the lives of our people, we are confident that the Ghana route will continue to thrive as the leading investment destination. Together with our partners in government, business, civil society, we will build a prosperous future for all who call the Ghana route home. I thank you.
Thank you for that interesting presentation. And you didn't cover a lot of the, of course, international, as you said, but I mean, having just been in Knysna for the past 2 days and staying here at the Premier Hotel, the number of foreign tourists currently just in this town now, and it's not even hit tourist season, is amazing. Yeah, you guys should be incredibly proud. Yes. We are slightly behind on our time, so we are going to keep moving. We'll be going for tea after the next session, so please, if you want to do a leg stretch, please stand up where you are and stretch your legs. It's a long time to be sitting, but we will be moving forward. I want to submit a disclaimer. This next alteration of the program was pre-agreed. So I'm not going off script this time. We are heading into a very exciting and important panel discussion around the promotion of the garden route and Knysna as an investment destination, and hearing from some key officials as to why we should invest in this region. The changing program is that this was originally going to be facilitated by the acting municipal manager for Knysna municipality. He has unfortunately had to tender his apologies due to some urgent issues. But I have the honor of welcoming our very own Jan van der Westhuizen from the business, Knysna Business Chamber, who will be leading the panel and introducing his panelists.
This is a great opportunity to catch up time. So without very much further ado, I'm going to invite my panel guests up to the stage with me. From DDAT, Mr. Kotsi Marudi. Thank you, Mr. Marudi. We have from the Garden Municipality, Richard Deanti. From the Western Cape EDP in the Garden, Melanie Wilson. We have Reggie Solomon from the Skills Mecca. You've heard this morning a lot about the Skills Mecca. And then, of course, from Knysna, our own municipality, we have Director Andishwa Danua. Please join me up. Right, as promised, they say meetings is a place that minutes are kept and hours are lost. So we're going to keep this very simple and a question-answer technique, whereby we would like to understand from the perspective of each of our panel, why do people invest in the garden route and in Knysna, and specifically, what do you want people to invest in Knysna and in the garden route? So we're going to hand over to Mr. Marudi. So please tell us from the DDAT perspective, and you will see that we go from a provincial level down to the national level, like good hosts. We will give them the opportunity to speak first. But please tell us, Mr. Marudi, that what exactly is it that, why do people invest in this area?
Good morning, everyone. I think firstly, congratulations to the organizers of this event. You guys have done very well. I think this is long overdue. I'm especially more excited to be here because investment is one of our priority focus areas. So we have a strategy as the Western Cape Department, and that strategy is called Growth with Jobs. And within that strategy, we have 7 priority focus areas, of which investments is one of them. So what I've been hearing from the executive mayor is that the region has adopted quite a stern stance on sustainability. And that is something that we've incorporated as the Department of Economic Development and Tourism into all of our initiatives and into all of our projects. So I think that's the flavor of the week, in line with the COP29 as well. So I was especially excited to hear the mayor speak about renewable energy. And when I say sustainability, what we basically mean is that this region has an opportunity to introduce sustainable practices in the different economic drivers, so in the different sectors. So for example, tourism, we're talking sustainability in tourism, we're talking about sustainable tourism. And that's essentially looking throughout the whole value chain within the tourism sector. That includes hospitality, and that includes car rental companies, for example, and just simply moving away from using generators, for example, and just focusing on solar panels. And in terms of manufacturing or agriculture, what we're trying to do is decarbonize the sector, and that's especially more important because there's something that I think we need to gear ourselves towards, which is called CBAM. Now, CBAM stands for Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanisms. So simply put, that's basically carbon taxes. So the amount of commodities that are exported from this region, if they are carbon intensive, will receive a high amount of taxes. And what we've seen this region do is try to gear itself towards that with the investment in the solar plant that's going to be introduced. So I think that's very important, first and foremost, to note. And secondly, what we're trying to do is ramp up public-private partnerships. I think as a government, we can't do that alone. So it's imperative, I think, also just to share the risk in investments, to include the private sector in that. I think in line with the theme for today, which is skills development or skills and capacity building, what I'm also doing in my personal, well, maybe not like take all the credit for that, but what we're trying to do is introduce a project titled the Municipal Investment Readiness Program. So I think when we talk about skills, we shouldn't just talk about skills of community members. I think that's very, very important. But secondly, we also need to ensure that the municipalities themselves have the capacity to facilitate the investments that are going to be landed within this region. So the first thing we want to essentially do is to try to capacitate municipal officials, for example, with all of the relevant skills required to not only attract investments, but most importantly, to land these investments. And one of the other challenges we've identified in one of these projects is that it's very difficult for us to try to identify investable projects. Sorry, Facilitator, I might be talking a lot, I don't know if this is timed. But I think it's just very important that I mention this. So we have been increasingly faced with an issue of identifying investable projects. And we're trying to essentially build a project pipeline, so a list of all the projects that are available for investments, and eventually try to match those projects with investors who I hope are in this room today. So we also, as a province, are trying to organize an investment summit for next year sometime. So this is sort of like a good springboard for what we are seeking to achieve.
Thank you so much. You've mentioned so important words. I think one thing that's definitely come to mind is sustainability and, of course, the readiness actually. Melanie, can you please share with us, in terms of readiness, how do we get investment ready from your perspective, and what should municipalities do? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leiter. Actually, I wanted to say I want to come from another angle, but now you make it possible for me because the executive mayor of the district makes it very difficult for us. Everything that I have here, I'm not going to mention that. So I'm going to come from a totally different angle, and I want to speak about the readiness of the municipalities. In my previous life at the district municipality, which was very great, there's a lot of experience that we actually gained through our investment process. One of the things is the investment readiness of the local municipalities. We know that from a district perspective, the landing of the projects happen in local municipalities. So there, my friend, there, Paul Hoffman is sitting there, and there's other stakeholders like Westgrow and DDAT, who played a huge role, and the district municipality officials, business as well. And they have developed what we call an investment readiness checklist. It's a 60-point checklist, which is very, very, I think it's a brilliant checklist that is very useful for municipalities where you can assess where you stand in terms of investment readiness. You score a point after that, 60 points, and there is also then comments to say where exactly you stand. And unfortunately, some of the municipalities actually took that forward, but many municipalities didn't take up the challenge. And I think I want to challenge the municipalities to take this up. It's a bit old, and it was done in 2018. I don't know if that's so old, but yeah. The way things are happening in tourism, economic development, and so on, it is a bit old. It needs updating. And I know province has indicated that they will assist in updating that readiness checklist It speaks to myriad of things. For example, the structured approach to investors. When an investor walks into your offices at the municipality, what do you do with that investor? You send the person from one official to the other one. How do you handle that? We talk about the regulatory environment. We know how frustrating it can be running around trying to get things in place to conform to legislation or required legislation. Processes, communication. For example, a simple thing, how long does it take for you to approve a business, not a business plan, sorry, a building plan? The turnaround times for these things. I know that province has embarked on a process where there's some of the municipalities to look at turnaround times, and I think it was specifically the area of building control. So I want to encourage municipalities that you really take up that checklist, and I know Paul was instrumental in that, together with a few other key role players, to take that up so that you can check yourself and ensure that you become business friendly for businesses. Investors is not going to fall around at municipalities. They will go to greener pastures if you are not ready to and effective in what you are doing and trying to make their life easier because they want to come and invest in your area. Job creation, so many things, so many advantages. But from our side, we really need to get our ducks in a row to really ensure that when an investor walks into an office of a municipality, that person is treated with the necessary priority for what that person is going to do in the region, give the priority attention. Then I also want to mention a second thing, so that I know I mustn't talk long. Then there's a second thing, I just want to talk to investment incentive policies. As far as I know, there's only 1 or 2 municipalities in the region that have investment incentive policies. I think that is something that we also should have to have a real look at. I don't think, and the specialists in investment, they will be able to know, or they have more information on that than me. I don't think it will really influence FDI for direct investment, but it can influence an investor to make a decision between alternative investment locations. So if what you have is not competitive to similar locations, that's possibilities, then they will move to where it's easier for them to invest. And then somebody, a colleague here from France, already talked to private-public partnerships, can be very complex, but I'm stealing now from the LED manager from Nightmare. She said, she made a simple example, and she said, this, or today's event, is a very simple example of a public-private partnership with the services sector investing here, government, and then the private sector, like Takealot. Takealot must invest a lot here because I buy a lot of them. So, Takealot and others, and that's a simple example, but it's an example of what public-private partnerships can achieve. Then you have more complex PPPs like the landfill site and so forth. I'm sure that the waste manager of the region can tell you lots of stories, inherent risks, and all the challenges around PPPs of that nature. So there is, depending on the model that you are following in terms of public-private partnerships. And then I just want to mention something else. If you a business, or if you market yourself of having business opportunities, you have to be ready. I've seen where people have marketed themselves, they've got opportunities available, but when they are approached, they have nothing in place. I can give you, for example, you must have a solid business case that is bankable. You must have that in place. The second thing, your financials must be on point. If it's a phased approach, you must indicate it like that. If you talk about maybe infrastructure development or something, but you don't have access to land. So it sounds very strange what I'm saying now, but I can tell you those are things that happen. You never know. You can be somebody sitting here and you market opportunity. You don't know if you walk out of that door, if somebody's going to approach you. Are you ready to talk business to that person? Business people don't have time to waste. They want to invest. And if you're not ready, you're going to miss huge opportunities. I just want to encourage my colleagues from the municipalities, let's work together and let's get our municipalities' investment ready so that we have ease of doing business and have a business-friendly, investment-friendly environment for our investors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melanie. I checked the ingredients of the checklist, and we did not pass as NASNA yet. But there's something that we can achieve too, and I think the challenge needs to go out to business chambers as well, is to start looking at that investment checklist and then approach the municipality to work with you. Richard, you are closer to the Garden Route and probably to the mayor himself, so you can tell us about what exactly is happening on the investment side in the Garden Route, and please, over to you.
Thank you so much, and good morning, all protocol observed. I think everybody said that when are we sleeping in the region, based on what Executive Mayor said. So as officials, we intend to give everything. Now I'm sitting here, I need now to think based on what the Mayor was saying, that what are we doing as a region. But nevertheless, the Mayor took us through, as a colleague from the province indicated, through the growth for jobs. What does the region have? We have what we call Garden Route Growth Development Strategy, which it does have its 7 strategic clusters. Within those, there are initiatives for investment. Amongst each other, one need to talk. Before we go there, one need to look at how did we collectively, within the region, compile the strategy. It's again bottom-up approach with our local municipalities, with our business chambers, with our communities, where we put together ideas to come with a blueprint for the region. And within that blueprint, what securities are we providing as a region? The Mayor have touched on the issue of water secure. And we want the region where investors, when they enter our shores, they are sure in terms of the infrastructure, it's up to scratch. We're not necessarily talking about the water secure, which the Garden Route is finalizing its master plan, which, yes, of course, we are assisted by our partners, EDP, to compile that master plan, to make sure our region, we do have the infrastructure which will allow and accommodate this investment, because you don't need to sit with the real estate development, but you don't have water. I hate to make example of City of Cape Town. If some of you can recall, when you go every time to City of Cape Town, you see the skyscrapers, but then they end up not having water. So you're trying to avoid those kind of things. Well, let's take it back to the roads and infrastructure, our connected economy. The Mayor, for the investor which are sitting here to know about it, they have advertised a tender which they are in the process of appointing a service provider to rehabilitate a railway from Flat to Knysna. The focus of that will be on tourism. The next phase of that is to move waste from Knysna to the landfill side of Garden Route, next to Mosques. So it's reflect again in terms of the infrastructure within our investment in the region. The Garden Route is building the landfill site within the region, which will accommodate the investors in terms of not necessarily people, when they hear about the landfill site, they think we just want to throw waste. We are also going to create work opportunities within those areas. To be fast, quickly, also we need to talk about energy, sustainable energy transition. Garden Route is leading the pack. We have advertised as a district. We are aware, we are not naive, that the issue of green energy, which the Mayor have spoke about, how do we utilize the council properties, which my colleague Melanie was talking about? We need to live the reality of is there a land? The region have called the proposal for private entities to utilize the council properties for green energies initiatives. We as a region, we are open for business. We as a region, we are guiding and leading with the local municipalities in general. When one needs to run quickly to the investment prospectus which Garden would have compiled. Thank you, Chair. One needs to focus on the idea of the region looking at applying for SEZ. We are in the process of applying for SEZ, but our model in this region, my HOD said that when they engage with the DTIC, they said the region model is related to China's model. We are not focusing only on one area. We then say SEZ should be a regional approach, which the strength of Knysna, the strength of Platte, the strength of Hessequa, the strength of George Oudtshoorn, each and everyone should have its own house, which then that will form the regional investment in terms of the SEZ. So we are open, our infrastructure is talking to that reality. Our mayor lastly, I need to touch on this, the safety. The businesses, when you look at Knysna's fire, we understood, we stood firm. When there was a flood in our region, we stood firm, based on the security and the capacity which this district can offer in collaboration with its local municipality. Thank you so much.
Richard, thank you. Reggie, I would like you to point out the things on the skills makeup. But knowing that you've been Floris Prinsloo, I hope that you are not going to be that long. So without putting you on the spot, please tell us about the skills makeup. The two important things that you want the audience to know, and then we will ask Andishwat in the municipality to end off the session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Program Director. All protocol observed. Morning, colleagues. Yes, I'm not sure if we got to that part. Doc still needs to mentor me on talking about short. So, just in short, in terms of how did we get to the Garden Skills Maker? Now, my colleague just touched on the fires that were ravaging the Knysna area, the Butler area during 2017. Now, from there, there was then various work streams formed, of which we, as the skills development work stream, was number 7. Our job was basically to reskill people. You would understand that a lot of guest houses burned down, restaurants burned down. Maybe a person that has operated as a barman for about 20 years of his life, he doesn't have any other skill. So what we did, we tried to reskill people under the stewardship of Councillor De Vries and Councillor De Vries and Councillor Spies. That at that time assisted us to form basically a work stream. So we had various summits, then thereafter there was resolutions taken, and then there was also other municipalities that asked, but we also have the same issue. We have unemployment, we have skills needs, can't you also assist us? So from there in, we have then established the Garden Skills Maker. And I think the previous speaker, Ms. Mapotsi, in terms of the tourism aspect, she spoke at length about how can we keep people for more than 3 days within our area. So from there in, we said we want to be a skills maker for the garden route. We want to be the first on the continent. We want to be the first in the world. And if you Google now, you will still see that we are the first, or we are the only garden route skills maker or skills maker that there is within the world. Now, our aim as the Garden Skills Maker is basically to attract funding, to make youth more employable. I just want to quickly then, while I'm at the employability of the youth, I have various steps. What we do, we listen to our learned colleagues from the LED units. We then, from there in, we then develop various projects that we then submit to the various institutions. Like the National Skills Fund, we recently got 36 million rand from the National Skills Fund to enroll a program of work integrated learning for 200 youngsters, and then there's also the cooks training that we do for 200 young people, of which Knysna is having a substantial amount. But just in terms of the economy of Knysna, just a quick view on the stats. Currently, the GDP is about 6.3 million. There's currently 23,317 jobs. now of which the most are formal, 81.6, and then there's informal job opportunities that are currently there. But what we can see in terms of the state since 2017, there's definitely an increase in the employability of young people. There's an increase in various sectors, jobs that were newly created. So our space or the Garden Route, what we want to do is we want to support our colleagues here in States. We want to support the municipalities to make the youth more employable, or young people in general more employable. But what we also want to do is we want to ensure investment readiness by having the necessary skill in place. The next phase of our focus, specifically for NISNA, will focus on boat building, which I think it's a multi-million rand industry. We're going to skill young people in harvesting that skill. They can, one of these days, they can build their own boats, but there is specifically occupational-based qualifications. It was mentioned about water. We do water process controlling. We do all kinds of training. So that's what we want to do. We leverage funds. We do have, we went past the 100 million rand 1 hour. So we are leveraging and we continue to leverage funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Well done on the time. What is very important that you probably miss is the fact that we as business are working very closely with the skills maker already, and the approach is really a bottom-up approach, talking to us. Director Andiswa from the Nyasa Municipality, over to you.
Thank you, Jan. Good morning, everyone. For me, I will also take another approach. As a municipality, we are mostly closer to the people. We are the ones who interface with the communities every day. As the municipality, we are supposed, or it is our responsibility, to ensure that we make the business of the day as the municipality, to ensure that we create an environment that is conducive for business to prosper and for investment to come. So as the municipality, we are having a very huge task to ensure that the infrastructure and the environment, be it in terms of the coastal environment, we ensure that investors come and the environment is conducive. So it is the infrastructure that builds the economy. Now we know when we're looking at NISNA, the population of NISNA grew drastically. And when we are looking at the infrastructure that we had, or that we are currently having, it is a bit decaying. But as the municipality, we are so blessed because we have various work streams that are working on that, and we have a quite amount of attention that we are receiving from the various departments. As we all know, that the municipality is known, or NISNA is the jewel of the Garden Route. We have to keep that. We have to ensure tourists do enjoy their stay in NISNA. So we are tasked with that responsibility. It has already been mentioned by the various colleagues that we had a drastic disaster in 2017, which affected the entirety of NISNA. However, I can say we have recovered on that. Thanks to the various partners that are sitting here that have made it sure. The municipality has taken a stance to upskill the communities. We have, as already mentioned, quite a number of partners that we are working with, and through the skills maker, through the business sector, we are achieving what we are aiming to get at the end of the day. We have made available quite a number of plots of land for investment. We want to ensure that we get our investors coming to develop in the NISNA. So we have done a land audit which will definitely be shared, and investors are welcome to come and invest. So looking at the various sectors that drive our economy as Knysna. We have agriculture in Knysna. We don't only look into the oceans. We always, when we think about Knysna, we think about the lagoon, which is our competitive advantage. And we always think about the floating ships that we have, our lunches and dinners there. However, if you look on the areas around, the northern areas around Sedgefield, around Karachi, Renendal, we've got quite huge amounts of land available there that can enhance the development of Knysna. We are focusing specifically also, as has already been mentioned, boat building trainings to ensure that our communities are fully skilled and equipped to be ready to take up all the improvements that we need to do in Knysna. We will not forget our mainly marketing activities and initiatives. We have noticed that our SMMEs in the Knysna, the growing youth, needs more mentoring and more coaching. So through the activities that we undertake, we want to ensure that when investors come, they are able to collaborate with our youth within the business sector so that they can also prosper within their areas. So we have seen quite a number of activities that are taking place during our Oyster Festival that we are doing every year, which we must also save that date of the Oyster Festival, which we will be doing from the 4th to the 30th of July, 2025. So we engage quite a lot, and we are having an open door policy where we are already ready to take up quite a number of investments within the plans that we have set up. We are currently, just as a concluding, busy reviewing our spatial development framework, which will also make available quite various opportunities for investment in Knysna. We are busy also doing the local spatial development for Sedgefield, one of our towns, to ensure that it is adaptive to the changing situations within Knysna municipality. Economic development strategy, we are also reviewing it. We will be taking this to the council. And I believe we, as the team in Knysna municipality, are set up for the challenge, and we are ongoingly accepting investors within Knysna. So this is a very good opportunity that we are having today, that we can showcase and also share to this congregation what we are and what we want to do and how we have done it. Thank you so much, Jan,
Thank you,
for this
Director.
opportunity.
Yeah. Thank you. So, Director, you are a true ambassador for the town. I do want to say that infrastructure is the backbone of what we want to achieve for investments, and we need to make sure that it's there. We, as the business chamber, with our infrastructure committee, we know that we are doing a lot of work in that area, working with you, and that's what we need to maintain. Thank you for this lovely panel, and thank you for your inputs. Can I ask that the owner of the Polo CCC, you are in need, Polo, with the registration CCC, it's quite urgent that you need to step outside and meet people there. Your car is blocking some entrances. Thank you.
Before I talk about what naughty children you are for taking so long to come back into the room, I want to extend a warm welcome to our national ministers and deputy ministers joining us, who joined during our tea break. Colleagues, we are moving swiftly along. because as you know, we are chasing our time, but I'm sure we'll make it up as the program moves along with your continued dedication to punctuality. We're doing very well so far, guys. Our next plenary speaker is speaking to us about quite an important topic, right? We've all morning heard about all the wonderful opportunities for investment, the many assets that are at the disposal of the Garden Route and within the region itself. We also understand that this investment and these assets find themselves in a very challenging economic climate. And so I'd like to warmly welcome the Deputy Minister of Finance, Mr. Asho Saropen, who's going to be chatting to us about how to navigate these difficult and challenging economic times and stay steadfast in pursuing our and delivering on the mandate of local municipalities. Mr. Saropen.
Thank you for the opportunity, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, investors and friends. It's good to see you all again today. Firstly, I'm honored to be able to speak to you at the Garden Route Investment Conference in such esteemed company where we get to discuss the future of investment, development and growth in this very beautiful and unique region of South Africa. It's my second visit out here and I'm always happy to come back. Garden Route is a powerful symbol of South Africa's vast potential and its diversity. It's a region where pristine natural beauty and local culture intersect, with great potential for economic dynamism. The region is blessed not only with its beautiful landscape, but also with our resilient entrepreneurial communities, hence everyone in this room, and is a strategic important hub of trade, tourism, and innovation. And to understand why South Africa, and particularly the Garden Route, is positioned as a compelling destination for investments, I want to start with the macro economy before we drop down to the local, and the nation's broader economic climate. Against the backdrop of global uncertainty, we saw a big global shock last week in the United States. I won't go into the details. South Africa's economy has been demonstrating resilience and really shows increased capacity for growth despite the broader environment. And we can look firstly at the performance of the rand. Now, in the last few days, a lot of folk have gotten very anxious about the rand's performance, but it still remains the best performing emerging market currency in the world over the last 6 months. And this positive movement is not incidental. It's as the result of strategic and sustained efforts to stabilize our economy and start moving towards a growth trajectory. A stable currency, even in these uncertain times, is a key indicator of our economic health and acts as a powerful signal to global investors that South Africa is the most viable and attractive place in emerging markets to attract and allocate capital. And the second area that we need to look at is our government bond yields. Our bond yields have shown massive positive improvements since the election. We've gone down from a risk premium of 14.5% to 11.5%. And this improvement in the yields indicates that investors actually see South Africa as far less risky than they did several months ago. This lowers the cost of capital for governments and does create a more favorable investment environment for the private sector. Lower yields unlock a cascade of benefits from public works to infrastructure development, and the cost savings from this, some quantify the interest savings since the election is 2 billion a week, translates into opportunities for stronger investment in the environment. And of course, all of this is underpinned by a topic that the Deputy President will address you on in detail, the strengthening role of structural reforms as a catalyst for growth. By addressing bottlenecks in sectors like energy, and we have more than 200 days without load shedding, water and logistics, we're fostering an environment where businesses can thrive. The energy reforms, for example, focusing on easing regulatory constraints, has enabled the private sector to drive the easing of load shedding in our energy markets, which has become essential for both addressing the needs of large industries and local communities. But at the core of what the GNU is doing is accelerating its commitment to an inclusive growth and job creation agenda. We know that growth alone is not enough, so our aim is to build a macroeconomy that provides opportunities to all South Africans, regardless of their background, their geography, or their socioeconomic status. To achieve this, we are accelerating investments in infrastructure as announced in the MTBPS, the medium-term budget policy statement, by slashing red tape and regulatory burdens to enable public-private partnerships so that we can build a strong macroeconomic foundation, so that South Africa can drive investment into key regions, especially those with such potential like the Golden Route. Now, this macroeconomic improvement does take a while to filter down locally to local communities. And the uncertain and challenging economic times that prevailed will continue to persist at a local level due to the lag times in economic performance from national to local. And this requires, at a local level, strong leadership, an unwavering focus on growth, and a shared commitment to the mandate of growth and development. So it's imperative that local municipalities maintain a clear focus on core responsibilities, ensuring accountable, economical, and efficient and sustainable management of the region. These principles are the cornerstone of effective local governance and the foundation on which you can build both a response to the current and future challenges and achieve growth. In times of economic strain, transparent and responsive management of local resources becomes even more critical. So every decision made by municipal leadership is subject to public scrutiny and must be guided by the principles of honesty, openness, and a clear commitment to serving the public interest. Because public trust hinges on the ability of governments to demonstrate that taxpayer money is spent effectively and that all municipal actions are aligned with the interests of every single community that they serve. This means, of course, that municipalities must strengthen their financial oversight, ensure that budgets are properly managed, and provide clear reporting on both the successes and the challenges. And the Minister of Water and Sanitation is here today as well, and she has done a tremendous amount of work to strengthen municipalities who have not been paying their water boards, threatening water security across the country. And we owe her a great deal of gratitude for taking such a hard line as well. And it's that level of accountability, for example, that the Minister of Water and Sanitation has introduced. That means that we at a local level must hold ourselves and our teams to higher standards of performance. And I think she's setting an example. Because it's about delivering on promises and ensuring that municipalities' processes from service delivery to infrastructure projects are transparent, open to scrutiny, and deliver positive economic outcomes. So it requires engaged communities that encourage citizen participation. And this means that we need to build confidence amongst local communities to engage with the local councils and councillors and to be active contributors to the region's growth. Now, South Africa still remains fiscally constrained. Our debt to GDP ratio is 75%, give or take. We have 5.5 trillion rands in debt. It's not a pretty picture. We have tabled a credible plan that the markets welcomed to bring our debt in line with emerging market peers by the end of the decade. But this means that in the interim, governments, national, provincial, and local, have to become experts at doing more with less. So economic efficiency must be the guiding principle, whether at national or local level, in managing budgets and resources. Municipalities must adopt a results-driven approach to service delivery so that every rand that's spent delivers value. It requires prioritizing projects that align with local strategic needs, focusing on initiatives that have longer-term benefits rather than short-term populist pressures, and tangible outcomes for the community. It also will require stronger cost-cutting measures, with a focus on reducing waste and eliminating inefficiencies without compromising the quality of essential services. For example, all three of us from the executive, four of us now from the executive arm of government, arrived here in economy class flights. Was on a 5 a.m. Saturday flight in the middle seat. But that's neither. For example, we need to embrace technology to streamline operations, improve data management, and enhance communication So make sure that we get significant savings. And in an environment where we have staff shortages, AI and technology creates lots of opportunities to resolve these challenges. And increased collaboration with the private sector to unlock private investments can help government leverage resources and expertise to achieve more with fewer resources. And ultimately, when we get this right, we achieve the ultimate goal, equitable service delivery. And equitable service delivery is the fundamental responsibility of local governments. During times of economic hardship, it can become difficult to prioritize developmental goals. The true progress comes when we ensure that we meet the developmental goals through effective service delivery. This means investing in the CapEx projects on water and sanitation and energy reticulation and the core functions of local governments. So that residents get the basic services because those basic services become the baseline for developments. Without those basic services, we can make all the investments we want, but it will not attract investment. So municipalities must be committed to addressing, firstly, paying their water boards, paying Eskom on time, a very important priority for this government, and then addressing their infrastructure, facilities, and critical services. And to accelerate investment, municipalities must raise their CapEx budgets and move away from excessive OpEx budgets, develop targeted interventions that focus on the needs of their communities, and prioritizing investments in areas where there are greatest challenges to ensure that development produces positive outcomes. Strong capital budgeting, as I said, is critical, so that every person, whether living in the heart of a city or a remote rural area, can ultimately access economic opportunity on the back of a strong local investment environment. And of course, sustainability is the final piece of this puzzle. If we just focus on short-term solutions, we lose sight of the long-term sustainability of the Golden Route region. And economic sustainability means supporting economic growth that does not come at the expense of future generations. So we don't want to chop down all the trees in the process. What we want is careful management of resources, adopt green technologies, and climate-proof new infrastructure investments. And we've seen through wildfires and flooding and other problems in this region how important climate-proofing is when we make our investments, so that development projects are environmentally sound. And building resilience in our communities is equally important. By investing in infrastructure that can withstand the challenges this region has experienced, as well as economic shifts and population growth, we can create a region that is adaptable and capable of thriving no matter the challenges or circumstances. Now, as a potential area for growth and investment, the Golden Route represents a unique investment landscape, where government efforts and private sector interests and community needs actually do converge and not at cross purposes. We've got a thriving tourism sector here, we have massive agricultural potential, and we have a resilient labor force. But more importantly, based by the attendance of this conference, we have a collective commitment to leveraging these assets in a way that benefits everybody equitably. And I'll use tourism and agriculture as a baseline for diversified growth. The natural assets here in the Golden Route are well known and renowned globally. They attract visitors each year who bring in economic benefits. But beyond tourism, there's robust agricultural potential, including fruit, forestry, and aquaculture industries that offer stable, long-term growth prospects. And so the Golden Route, in the long run, can expand these traditional industries and integrate them with new economic activities, such as agro-processing and ecotourism. And we can further position the Golden Route as a region of innovation, particularly towards sustainability. So green technologies, waste-to-energy facilities, and renewable projects are already under discussion. And the National Treasury is committed to ensuring that these sectors have the support they need to grow, innovate, and contribute to our goals of reducing South Africa's carbon footprint. I want to dive into some specifics that the National Treasury is invested in this region. I'm going to start with Knysna. Since 2021, the National Treasury has set up the Neighbourhood Development Partnership Program, and we've been actively collaborating with the Knysna municipality as part of a proactive approach to investment and development in high economic potential regions. And we focus on infrastructure improvements, spatial planning, and investment attraction. We supported the creation of an investment plan for Knysna CBDs and secondary nodes. Each of these nodes, such as Hornby, Neckies, and a few other areas, has unique challenges and opportunities. The plan is comprehensive. It's identified projects with the potential to attract private sector investments and create vibrant economic hubs. They're more than just infrastructure. They are part of a broader effort to create an integrated and well-connected urban landscape. And let me just delve into some of the projects. Some have already been completed or are underway. Notable examples include the White Location Multi-Purpose Centres Phases 1 and 2, which was an investment exceeding 38 million rand. And this facility, I believe, is now a pillar of the community. It offers essential services, recreational space, and a venue for local events, meeting critical needs for youth and families. And of course, the rehabilitation of Concordia Road Phases 1 and 2, I know everyone's very passionate about that. The road improvement project will address key infrastructural needs, providing better access for residents and businesses alike. This work is funded with nearly 47 million rand in support from the National Treasury, and it's extended the road's lifespan and enhanced connectivity to Knysna. And of course, we are looking at leveraging public investments to attract private capital. These infrastructure projects improve not only the quality of life of residents, but also attract significant private sector investments. And I also want to focus on George, which is another cornerstone of our projects here. And we see a similar trajectory of development. George is classified as an intermediate city and future potential metro, and as such, plays a vital role in connecting and coordinating economic activities for this region. So the NDPP project has supported the George municipality in creating investment plans. These include detailed development frameworks, land use budgeting, and a pipeline of projects that aim to transform underprivileged communities into well-serviced, dynamic community hubs. We've created an area management plan that proposes income-generating streams to ensure sustainable precinct management. Some of these projects include the Thembalethu Urban Hub cross-cutting design and planning interventions, which has an investment of 3.5 million rand, the realignment of Nelson Mandela Road at 4.1 million rand, the Palm Brown upgrades, 14 million rand investment there as well. And as part of our commitment to community development, we've collaborated with the GIZ to deliver 3-day training programs in safety and precinct management with the George municipality officials so that they have the tools they need to develop and implement comprehensive safety plans. These projects are more than just about skills in brick and mortar. They're about creating an environment where we believe residents should thrive, where businesses feel welcome, and where private sector capital sees good returns on growth. And so in the spirit of adaptability and resilience, I'd like to just highlight a creature well known to our continent, an indigenous one. You might see some cartoons about it recently. It's called the GNU, spelled G-U. The GNU, the GNU, or wildebeest, is known for its ability to thrive in challenging conditions and to navigate its way through Africa's diverse landscapes. It embodies the strength and flexibility we need to cultivate our economy. And as we face some global economic shifts, we must mirror the GNU's resilience, staying nimble and resourceful. The Garden Route has an abundance of potential for investors who can think creatively, work collaboratively, and commit to the long-term vision of sustainable and inclusive growth. So, as I conclude, I want to just reflect on what I think is possible together. The Garden Route has the capacity to lead an inclusive growth agenda for the country. But realizing this requires active engagement from all stakeholders between local, provincial, and national governments. So I'm giving you a call to action to everyone in this room. Don't just look at investment, look at engagement. Speak to communities, speak to the council, hold your local governments accountable, hold us as national governments accountable, so that we make the right investments into the physical assets of the Garden Route, in its people, its culture, and its future, so that we can create a region that serves as a beacon of hope and opportunity for South Africa, and a place where every community shares the benefits of this growth, and where every resident has a stake in its success. I thank you, and I hope that we can work together to make this vision.
Can we give them a round of applause?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good morning to everybody. It was already afternoon, I'm not even sure. So looking forward to this session. And while I'm going to just quickly do a short introduction, I'm going to call on all the panel members to also join us on stage along. It will be our Consul General of France, Ms. Sophie Bell. Eswatini High Commissioning Council, Mr. Nadiwe Ndebele. And then the Acting Chief Director from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, Mr. Pat Jenica. Investment potential, how do we go about getting the right investors in, what do they look for, how's the skills linked to that. So while I was preparing for this, I actually came across it a little bit earlier actually when we did the George Economic Strategy about what investors want, what do they look for. So in a study done by the FDI group that falls under the Financial Times, they've got a couple of criteria that they judge or rate or rank cities, European cities specifically, against. So typically, and I'm going to ask that question later to the Consul General of France, so I'm not going to give the answers already, so looking forward to that one. But just for interest's sake, still the highest FDI investment destination in Europe remains London. And then Amsterdam follows, Dublin is third, and France or Paris then by itself is actually fifth. So they're still doing things right. So those are cities that's already established, yet they still maintain and gain good investment opportunities from a foreign direct perspective. And then in a regional perspective, it's also the Paris region is actually totally top there. So let's give France a round of applause. Ile-de-France is actually the area, then the West Midlands, which is in Northern Ireland, which is part of the UK, and then the North Rhine, Westphalia in Germany. So those are the regions. So they do actually look at both cities and regions. And interestingly enough, and one of our panel members would have been in Zimbabwe as well, they're ranking on what they call the Greenfield FDI Performance Index, where there's the highest or the best FDI against GDP growth. Okay, so that means it starts potentially from a low base, but what's the highest? So Zimbabwe came up 17 places up to 33rd, which is actually quite good. So they're doing something right there as well. And South Africa is currently sitting on about 40, and Costa Rica was mentioned earlier. They're top of that list in terms of greenfields, smaller places, smaller countries, maybe less well known. So yeah, so that's just a little bit of background. So we start with Mabel. In terms of just some questions that comes up, and I think that people already started talking about it, and Melanie mentioned a little bit earlier. So why would countries like France or other European countries, other countries around the world, like to invest in South Africa, and probably more specifically here, seeing that we're here today? And what do they look for? What are the criteria they take on a list and start looking at it?
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you. It's an honor, ministers, executive mayors, distinguished guests. Thank you for the invitation and for promoting France as a destination for investments. I thought it was the other way around, but thank you for mentioning that. Yes, we are doing very well indeed. But I am here to talk about French investments in South Africa. And I'm sure all of you don't know what France is doing in the country, and before I go to the point, I would just like to share with you, there are currently 400 French companies operating in South Africa, providing 70,000 direct jobs to South Africans. So I think it's quite something. And they are present, those French companies, everywhere. Energy, renewables. I heard a lot about sustainability, and this is definitely something that we are proud of doing. We provide green solutions, hospitality, health, agriculture. So we are present across the board. And those companies are also stakeholders in every emblematic project that you have in South Africa. Just to name a few, we built the GO train. I know we have people from Pretoria. This is a French company that is building it. It's called RATP Dev. We also build solar farms. It's Total Energy, if you know this big French company. They also distribute oil here. We build wind turbines with EDF Renewables. We invest in hospitality. For instance, Accor Group, which is one of the top group when it comes to hotel management. It has actually renovated the Cape Grace Hotel in Cape Town. And a very interesting news, we also invest in tourism and the Club Med Resort. I'm sure all of you must have heard of Club Med. They are going to open for the first time in South Africa. It has been a long project. They're going to open the first resort in KZN in 2026, providing many local jobs. So I wanted to mention it. And we also are going to open a plant, automotive plant in Port Elizabeth. And it's not only French, but mainly French, Stellantis. For those of you who are in the automotive industry, Stellantis is going to open a plant in the special zone near Port Elizabeth by the end of next year. They're going to build buckets. I know you're fond of them, providing again local jobs. So it was just a rough picture, but to give you an idea of the importance of the French economic footprint in South Africa. So now, to your question, why do we invest? So those French companies, they invest quite a lot, and they want to invest even more, despite these challenges that they face, that we all face as entrepreneurs, security and until a couple of weeks ago, load shedding. But despite of that, why do they invest? They invest because there is a potential for growth in South Africa. What's very interesting for a foreign company is the size of the economy. You're a big country, you are a big market, and it's very interesting to foreign companies to take that into account. They also look at the strategic positioning of the country within the rest of the African continent. And actually, South Africa is the second largest economy in Africa. It's also a way to access the rest of the continent. You also have close links. You're part of the Southern African Development Community. You have free trade agreements and relations with neighboring countries. So it's a hub, and it's a very important dimension to take into account. They also look for political stability. It's an important thing to mention, and again, I want to congratulate South Africa on the way the last elections were conducted. Really well done. You gave us a lesson, and I think the business world and foreign investors were waiting to see how the elections would go. And the GNU, we talked about the GNU, I think it has done pretty well until now, and I have ministers in front of me and I want to congratulate you. So political stability, economic stability, Minister Sarupen talked about the strength of the rand, and it's something important. Good governance, obviously, good governance. It's something very important to take into account. Stability of the banking system. You have a very good, very strong banking system, and it's something very important for foreign companies. A qualified workforce. It's another element to take into account. And here, I mean, we are here to invest more, and we can talk freely between us. I think you together, we can do more to train technicians. What I get from French entrepreneurs, they're having a hard time to find technical skills. Not engineers, and no, people who know and who have the basic skills. And this is what's gonna get jobs for the youth. So we are doing a lot in this regard. Maybe I'll come back to it. We have training centers we French people have set up training centers with our South African counterparts on the continent. And the final thing I would like to mention, it was mentioned by the previous interlocutor, is ease of doing business. The ease of doing business / red tape. The minister mentioned it. Please / red tape. Have business-friendly regulations, tax incentives. And if I may convey a message, there is room for improvement regarding one specific aspect, which is the recognition of foreign diplomas. It's something a bit complicated to get in South Africa, and it's slowing down the process to get the visa. Actually, sometimes, I mean, foreign entrepreneurs has to show his diplomas, which are French, and obviously we have a great education system, and it takes a long time to get that diploma recognized. So it would be nice to see some improvement in this field, but I want to congratulate the government for having dramatically improved visa deliveries. Really, thank you. We have seen a change, and it's something very important for our business community as well. I will stop here. Sorry.
I always appreciate when there's passion and enthusiasm in these kind of things. I mean, that's what it's all about. The passion isn't there, and if the enthusiasm isn't there, then why do we go about this process of actually trying to attract investments? So quite a good couple of things that you mentioned there with regards to the ease of doing business, and I think sometimes we do lack a little bit, and maybe sometimes a bit more, like you mentioned. But it's a good thing that you're already acknowledging and recognizing the fact that there's improvement since about 50 days ago. And I think that's important. And within a region as well, so it's also a situation that I want to hand over to Ms. Ndebele in terms of a smaller country with some other challenges, perhaps landlocked, and just in terms of looking at how do you take challenges that are coming your way with regards to investments and potential investors, and how do you attract those guys? So maybe just give us some insights. What's your experience in that regard when people have something similar to what you mentioned earlier, and any lessons that you've learned how to improve from your side, from your government side?
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone, ministers, executive mayors, esteemed guests. We'd also like to thank you for inviting us to this conference. In terms of investment, we are actually looking for investors ourselves. So we have a lot in common with NISNA. Yes. We, as you know, we are now known as the Kingdom of Eswatini. So that was another challenge. There was a lot of confusion. Is this the same country? Yes, it's the same country. We just went back to our original name. It wasn't a change of name. It may have been a rebranding, but it was not a change of name. Swaziland was what the British called us. So we've gone back to our original name. South Africa is our biggest trading partner right now. So we have also learned a lot of lessons. For example, now we have a one-stop shop for any investors or business people who are interested in doing business with us. So before it was a little bit of a challenge having to go to different departments and different ministries. So South Africa being our biggest trading partner, then there's Nigeria, in the region, in Africa, and Kenya, Mozambique, and then abroad, we have the EU, China, for trade, yes, because we do not have diplomatic relations with China. Singapore, India, Ireland. We are also now doing a lot of cultural diplomacy. So we are promoting cultural exchanges. So we would love to have a group from NASNA coming to Eswatini. And likewise, we would also bring our people here. Now that I've been here, I don't know if I'm the first one to come here, but hopefully I can tell a good story. Yes, so there are a lot of investment opportunities currently. We're still, trying to attract more and more investors, because what investors should know is that if they have access to our market, then they also have access to SADC, to SACU, to COMESA. We are members of all these international organizations. So that's what, maybe 500 million people. So we're really encouraging investors in manufacturing. Some time ago it was a lot of textile companies, but not that we have enough, we would love to have more. We also provide factory shells, and we are looking for investment in agriculture, maybe agribusiness, because that is one of our main. That's one of our main. Yeah, one of our main centers, and we are looking for investors in the tourism industry, hotels, conference facilities. We are looking for operators as well. So maybe I reached protocol. I'm promoting our investment opportunities. But I'd like to thank everyone very much for this opportunity, and meeting everybody has been a very delightful experience. Thank you.
I think sometimes we look at ourselves inward, and sometimes there's collaboration and cooperation, and there's a couple of C's that's come up today. There's commitment and there's creativity, so we can actually summarize all the C's. But that actually is important. So sometimes the opportunity might be for local companies to get involved with, and there's so many things that's similar that we can't but say, listen, let's try and see how we can actually collectively, another C, work on a process where we can start making some good money both sides. And that's actually quite important, and I'm sure Sophie is listening to that one as well, see how they can benefit. I know we're also short of this. Our session is very short, but I'm still going to give you a chance. From a public works and specifically the infrastructure perspective, and I think that the word infrastructure came up a lot during the conversations. So, from your side, how do you approach that infrastructure process? You probably get lots and lots and lots of applications and requests and requirements. How do you work through all that to get to the point where it matters most to start? And what kind of infrastructure do you think still need a lot of attention? I hope I'm not throwing you under the bus with that question.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all protocol observed, especially in the front here. I think that's how we say it in South Africa. Observe all the protocol. And yes, from my side, when I saw the program and I saw myself with the foreign investment as the Department of Infrastructure, I was so confused, thinking, why? But as I heard the French representative speaking, saying that she requires technical skills, I found myself. And I was like, yes, I am here. This is what we are here for. Exactly. Because from the Department of Infrastructure, one of the programs that we are growing and developing is skills development. We are part of the Expanded Public Works program, which is envisaging itself around focusing on skills, and one of those skills focus is going to be around trades, occupations, and those type of initiatives that she was looking for. So just from that side, that's where I found myself. But in response to your question around how do we look at, and the word infrastructure had come through so much today, is that, you know, with the Department of Infrastructure, we look at providing skills programs for youth in construction, emerging contractors. We do very good partnerships with Knysna Municipality and the Garden Route here as well to ensure that we've got infrastructure-led growth, because that is where the public-private partnerships will come from and where the growth and the skills basis. So how do we identify projects? Our projects are needs-based, budget-based, and where there's no cuts, then we can grow. So I'm also whispering that while the Deputy Minister is listening there, so that we are budget restricted. But give us funds and we will expand roads. Give us funds and we will expand on the clinics and the schools, which we have done in the Knysna area, running a few projects here as well. Also, I want to support what the previous mayors were also saying around what their needs are. And specifically, I want to echo the need for sanitation programs, and I am utilizing that while the minister is here, so that before she speaks, hopefully she can say what is there, hopefully we can do around sanitation issues that Knysna Municipality has faced over the years. How can we support, as the Western Cape Department of Infrastructure, mega projects like that, because that does take a lot of environmental, public works and water to try and see how we can partner on such initiatives. So I want to support the mayors around those large-scale projects. Also, how do we assist in training youth to respond to environmental disasters that this area is also playing with? How do we ensure that our youth are skilled to help us clear out access roads so people can get in and out of their communities when a disaster takes place? So those are the type of skills programs that we can partner with to ensure that our infrastructure is maintained, ensure that our infrastructure is accessible as well. We also want to support the initiatives that the mayor had spoken around, was the TVET colleges that they are looking to partner with and expand with around here. Again, that is a part of our priorities, is to ensure skills programs and that colleges are accessible to communities in this area. And again, we'll partner with all fund projects that are taking place. We also want to support those skills for the future that was mentioned earlier, was part of our ministerial priorities in our Western Cape Infrastructure Framework for 2050 is innovation. So how do we ensure that we use innovative ways and technologies to ensure that our youth are on top of things, even in Knysna? So that is my brief 5-cent pitch as well.
I'll be very brief. I just want to say that vocational training is a structural part of the French-South African partnership, and it has translated in a very concrete manner. We have created 5 bilateral training centers in South Africa. I'm going to cite 3 of them because maybe you've heard of them, but you don't know that it's backed by the French. There is the French-South African Institute of Technology, the STASI, which has sites in Cape Town and Pretoria. And we also have 2 vocational training centers of excellence that we have set up with the help of private companies. One is called the SASEC in the energy field. It has been developed in partnership with the company Schneider Electric. Schneider has set up centers of excellence and is training thousands of young South Africans. And there is another one in the industrial software field, developed in partnership with Dassault Systèmes. Dassault Systèmes is, again, a world leader in its field, and they have actually created a Franco-South African engineering school, which opened in 2012 at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, CPUT, and they also train the youth. I could go on and on with Saint-Gobain Academy. Saint-Gobain is a major industrial player. They have set up an academy here. They also they have trained more than 10,000 young South Africans from disadvantaged communities since its creation in 2003. And we also have Leroy Merlin. Leroy Merlin, maybe some of you know these companies. They do home improvement, and they also have created their own training institute. So I just wanted to give you an idea of what the French private sector is doing in this country, and I would like just to wrap up by mentioning the work of the French Development Agency, AFD, because you mentioned the Germans. I know they are big, but we are quite big as well. We have been operating since 20 years in South Africa, and we support the municipalities. So it's a message for the cities. The French Development Agency signed last year a loan of 100 million euros with the city of Cape Town to upgrade its basic infrastructures. We've been talking a lot about the infrastructures. So water and sanitation, as the minister in front of me, but also housing, mobility, and so on and so forth. And they have just done the same, exactly the same, last July with the city of Johannesburg to support sustainable investments in water and energy sectors. And they are engaged in supporting South Africa's transition away from the coal industry through what we call the Just Energy Transition Partnership. France has pledged 1 billion euros with other international players, and we have already committed 700 million euros out of 1 billion. And last year was the 30th anniversary of the French Development Agency in Johannesburg, and the bank has signed another loan of 400 million euros to support the just dimension of this transition. Meaning, we don't want to leave anyone behind. We want this transition to be just for the communities. So I just wanted to mention that because, it was really recent news, and it's again to the benefit of the local population.
Give a round of applause to Mr. Paul Hoffman for his facilitation. And also just to say, Paul has graciously accepted to take over from me later on when I have to rush off to the airport. I also beat the 3 days. I was here for 4 days. We are at lunch, and we are at lunch a little bit earlier, but we are still needing to stick to our time because we've got quite a long program after lunch. Just to note a few things as we get ready to move out. This conference, beautiful conference that we've all been enjoying for the day, is possible, as said before, due to partnership between business and municipalities. And specifically just wanting to acknowledge the contributions of our platinum sponsor today, the Services SETA. Our gold sponsor today, Take a Lot, who, as they said before, is going to give a lot. And a number of silver sponsors, including Simtax, SCORE, Expertech, On Fiber, and others, to name a few. I mention them now because during lunch, while you, of course, enjoying the networking, and I'm sure speaking to a number of the panelists and speakers who have been up here today, there are exhibitions outside from these sponsors that we'd like you to interact with and enjoy. And as you're doing that, for those who are seeking to follow the updates of the conference and to post about them, we do have a hashtag running for all your social media aficionados. So you can follow us either through the hashtag RIC24, that's Regional Investment Conference 24, or hashtag Knysna Invest. That's RIC24 and Neisner Invest. Great. Your Excellency, we've had quite a program this morning. So let me just get you up to date with where we've been. So we've had the opportunity to hear from a number of important speakers around, firstly, from the officials of the region of the Garden Route, understanding, what are the key assets that this region has to offer and where the areas of potential are. We've heard from, to name a few, the Deputy Minister of Finance, Mr. Sarupen, who provided us with a call to action to say there is much opportunity within this region and our country, and that we must remain steadfast in the mandate of local municipalities, which is to provide service delivery to enable investment. He also introduced us to the GNU, which we all love very much here since our Government of National Unity. And we've also heard from a panel of consuls from the Eswatini and from France around what the lessons are in terms of investing in South Africa, what the key questions, areas of improvement, areas of growth, areas of opportunity that they're looking for in their continued support of investment and growth in our country and in our region. Before we move ahead with the rest of the program for today, I just wanted to make one quick announcement, which I'm sure will cause you all a great deal of sadness. It is that this is my final moment on the stage with all of you. I unfortunately have to leave to catch a flight, but I leave you in the very capable hands of Mr. Paul Hoffman, who some of you have already met today. So just on behalf of myself, thank you so much again for the opportunity to host you all for most of today, and I wish you all the very best in the continuation of the program and the gala dinner tonight, which I am very sorry to be missing. To move us right along, next on our program, we'll be honing directly into skills and capacity building, which is, as you know, the key theme of this conference today. And we have the pleasure of hearing from the Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training, who will be speaking to us about how we empower economic growth through skills development. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Minnie Godwa.
Program Director, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Paul Mashatile, the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Ms. Phemi Majudina, the Deputy Minister of Finance, Ashok Sarupen, the Deputy Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, Mr. Narendra Singh, the Executive Mayor of the Garden Route District Municipality, Alderman Andrew Struggle, the Executive Mayor of the Neisner Local Municipality, Councillor Opindoda, councillors from both the district and local municipalities, chairperson of the services seaters, officials from the various spheres of government, captains of industry, distinguished panelists and guests, ladies and gentlemen, after that mouthful, good afternoon. It is an absolute honor for me to address you today at the Regional Investment Conference 2024, alongside so many visionary leaders dedicated to advancing growth within Knysna, the Graden Route, and across our beautiful country. This gathering represents a significant step forward in our shared mission to foster sustainable economic growth and to also generate and empower communities through skills development. I would like to acknowledge the organizers of this crucial investment conference, in particular, the Greater Knysna Business Chamber, Knysna Municipality, and the Services SETA. I wish to further acknowledge the Services SETA for the generous sponsorship of this investment conference. All the efforts expended in organizing this conference are essential to achieving the goals set out in the National Skills Development Plan and the National Development Plan, as well as the priorities of the current 7th administration. The successes of investment conferences such as this one go a long way towards laying a foundation for a prosperous and inclusive South Africa. I'm especially delighted to note the multi-sectoral approach to this investment conference, as evidenced by the presence of ministers from various government departments and the presence of an array of stakeholders. This augurs well for the prospect of success of this investment conference. It also reminds us that our chances of success as a government and as a country require the active collaboration of government departments, as well as partnerships between the private sector and the public sector. For my part, I've been asked to speak on empowering economic growth through skills development. Skills development in South Africa has the rare distinction of being one topic of which there can be no debate about its necessity and benefit. Skills development is also a topic that I'm really passionate about, as it is vital in supporting economic growth, especially when aligned with the evolving demands and needs of our economy. We know that economies prosper when citizens are equipped with skills that are aligned with the industries driving national growth. Anyone who's heard me speak on this topic, particularly in relation to the higher education sector, will tell you that I'm a firm believer that education should not be an end in itself. It should rather be a means to an end, which end is to see the absorption of learners from our sector, the P sector, in the economy as either employees or entrepreneurs running their own businesses. According to the World Economic Forum, when implemented correctly, skills development can reduce unemployment and underemployment. It can also increase productivity and considerably improve the standard of living. I'm also of the view that skills development is fundamental to the success of the priorities of the current government of national unity, the GNU, the beautiful creature called the GNU. To recap, the government of national unity has set itself 3 priorities. These priorities are the following. Priority number 1 is to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Priority number 2 of the GNU is to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. Priority number 3 is to build a capable and ethical developmental state. As such, all that we do as government departments, the PSEC sector and industry, must be responsive to what the GNU seeks to achieve under these 3 priorities. As I've already stated, we are here because of the general sponsorship of the Services SETA, but beyond the sponsorship of this conference, the Services SETA is currently funding Knysna Municipality to the tune of 18.2 million in learnerships and skills development programs. This is a substantial contribution and investment in skills development. Towns and cities thrive and grow when they are intentional about raising awareness in relation to skills needed and demanded by the local economy and local industries. Collaborations between local governments and local institutions of learning, as well as local businesses, are therefore essential in designing the type of future that communities desire. The absence of any of these would be akin to a 3-foot pot breaking one of its legs. It will not be able to stand, and its contents will run the risk of spilling over and becoming wasted. These collaborations should not be limited to a local government level, for the simple reason that the National Development Plan envisages a South Africa where all people, regardless of background, have the knowledge and skills to participate fully in the economy. The NDP further advocates for the alignment of skills with economic needs or demand, thereby ensuring that learners acquire skills that lead to employment and entrepreneurial opportunities. The sector education and training authorities, commonly referred to as SETAs, of which the services SETA is one out of the 21 that we have in the country, an outcome of the NDP's desire to ensure that learners acquire skills that lead to employment and entrepreneurial opportunities. I'm encouraged to learn that among the many SETAs, I'm encouraged to learn rather that among the many active SETAs in NISNA, the services SETA plays a key role along with the Agri-SETA, which is the Agriculture Sector Education and Training Authority, the Food and Beverages Manufacturing Sector Education and Training Authority, commonly referred to as the Food Bev Manufacturing SETA, as well as the Culture, Arts, Tourism, Hospitality and Sports Sector Education and Training Authority, commonly referred to as CAS-SETA. In addition, in NISNA, where tourism, agriculture and technology play prominent roles, various SETAs, including Agri-SETA, the Food and Beverages SETA and CAS-SETA, along with the Services SETA, have developed programs that are tailored for specific sector needs. The Services SETA, among other SETA, has further directed substantial resources towards equipping SMEs with essential skills for success in a rapidly changing economy. The commitment by the Services SETA to supporting local business ensures that investments stay within the local community. The Services SETA has been instrumental in this area, creating programs that help South African job seekers become job creators by training them in areas such as business strategy, market analysis, and technology. The importance of entrepreneurship cannot be overstated. Our economy thrives on innovation and on individuals with the courage and skills to grow their ventures, supported by an environment that fosters small business development. Deputy President, ladies and gentlemen, just this week, we received the encouraging news that the official unemployment rate decreased to 32.1% in the third quarter of 2024, down from 33.5% in the previous quarter. The other encouraging news was that the number of employed people increased by 294,000 to 16.9 million, and the number of unemployed people decreased by 373,000 to 80 million. More importantly, in the same period, the total number of unemployed youth between the ages of 15 and 34 decreased by 171,000 to 4.8 million, while employed youth recorded an increase of 66,000 to 5.8 million. As a result, the youth unemployment rate decreased from 46.6% in the second quarter of 2024 to 45.5% in the third quarter of 2024. While I do not wish to be a killjoy, these numbers, considering the high youth unemployment rate in our country, are likely to ring hollow in the ears of our young people who continue to lose hope day by day. This brings us to what I would argue would be the purpose of a regional investment conference such as this one. It is my considered view that the most sustainable investment we can make into the future is an investment in the skills of our young people to enable them to access the economy either as employees or entrepreneurs. As already stated, the Services SETA has invested over 18 million in supporting learnerships, internships and skills program in NISNA. The question we should be asking the SETA sector as a whole is, what steps or measures are they taking to ensure that the learners they scale can be absorbed into the economy either as employees or entrepreneurs? A further question we should be posing to our SETAs is, are SETAs able to trace the progress of their learners once they complete their learnership program? Do they know where their learners are and what they're doing with the skills they acquired during their learnership program? It is commendable that many of our institutions in the higher education space have raised their game in respect of developing partnerships and linkages with employers and industries. Although such partnerships and linkages are critical on a number of levels, my contention is that the discussion should be escalated to ask what is needed for these learners to be absorbed into the economy, either as employees or entrepreneurs. We should be intentional about not encouraging young people to be perpetually in learnerships, jumping from one SETA to another, regardless of their training and education, just because it is the only way they can earn a living. They can earn a living. In other words, the Services SETA must, in evaluating its 18 million rand investment, ask how many young people have been absorbed into the economy, either as employees or as entrepreneurs upon completion of their learnership with the SETA. The same question must be asked of and answered by all the SETAs who are making huge monetary investments in skills development. It would be futile after so much money has been invested in skills development to still have learners who feel compelled by circumstances to enroll in further learnerships. I do not need to tell the people in this room that the growing number of unemployed young people is a social ticking time bomb. Unless we address this with the urgency that it deserves, we're going to experience what Diana Phelan in 1965 termed a youthquake. As the post-school education and training sector, we must demand more of ourselves. It cannot be enough anymore that our success is measured by the number of certificates, diplomas, and degrees we are able to award. Even less so by the number of students that have enrolled in our sector in any given period. The test I submit should be rather how many of our learners have been absorbed into the economy, either as employees or as entrepreneurs. A college such as the South Cape TVET College, which I visited last month, has an important role to play in ensuring that young people are skilled in skills that are needed and demanded by the economy. Its 6 campuses across the Garden Route and the Central Karoo district, namely the Beaufort West Council, the Bito Council, the George Council, the Bito campus rather, the George campus, the Hassequa campus, and the Mossel Bay campus, and the Otuan campus must be seen and felt to be providing the skills that are needed and demanded by the local economy. I'm pleased that we have local industry leaders in the room today. While the PSET sector has the obligation to produce skills needed and demanded by the economy, business has the corresponding responsibility to help us absorb these learners that emerge from our sector. The conversation between institutions within the sector and industry should be around forecasting which skills are needed and demanded by the economy, and a commitment by industry that it will do its best to absorb these learners once they emerge from these institutions. The outcome of these conversations must also be reflected in the curricula of these institutions in the PSET sector, as they skill learners, not only skills needed and demanded by the economy, but also skill learners in skills of the future, such as artificial intelligence, coding, and robotics. As I conclude, here's the good news. We can decide on the kind of youth quake we want to have. By investing in the youth, we could still have a youth quake. This time, it will be an assessment event of new and wonderful ideas that take our society forward. It is up to us to decide what type of youth quake we wish to invest in.
Good afternoon again. This time it is afternoon because I was confused earlier. They just ran away with us. It's my pleasure to take over from a very, what did she call herself, charming and vibrant and all those words. Rushka, thank you very much for your well-handled process up until this morning. So let's give her a round of applause. Your Excellency, I'm just also acknowledging you and the rest of the ministers and deputy ministers again. We've been talking to them. So there's going to be one more change in the program as we tended to do today, and I'll get to that a little bit later. But it's also now my pleasure to also invite onto stage and to talk to us about the trading opportunities within the Westgrow Tourism Trade and Investment Promotion Agency of Westgrow. Zwai Mandla to come and just brief us a little bit on that process. A very important part of the economy in the Western Cape is how Westgrow also assists and take businesses and governments through processes. And I think it's very important that we do have those agencies that support and make things happen where the rest of us can't really touch on that. So thank you very much for your contribution as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy President, Executive Mayors, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, and all stakeholders that are here, the chambers, most importantly, and with all your members. I want to greet you all this afternoon. My name is Zwai Mandla. I'm the Acting Head of Investment Promotion Unit within Westgrow. I've structured my presentation so that I give you a little bit of background what Westgrow does and what our mandate is, and I'll be sharing a little bit of stats, but I don't want to just share the stats. I want us to make sense of what these stats means for the region and our province. In essence, Westgrow is the official tourism and trade and investment promotion agency for Cape Town and the Western Cape. We emphasize the Western Cape because we are responsible for the region of the Western Cape. We are the first point of contact for any investors that are interested in investing into our province, and therefore our 3 key areas of focus is investment promotion, which is the unit that I head as an acting head. And we do some facilitation work in ensuring that the investors are well handled and directed into investing to the entire province. So we're also responsible for trade to ensure that we support locally based Western Cape businesses to find export markets and grow our exports. We're also responsible to facilitate and also drive promotion when it comes to tourism into our province. Marketing and innovation, obviously, that forms part of that. But there's certain catalytic projects where we partner with the private sector and some of these are Edu Invest, which is a project within Westro that focuses on private investment into into education. So it's also a collaboration with the private sector. There's Cruise Cape Town, which is a unit within Westro that ensures that we drive tourism through cruises that dock on our shores. It is through this docking of these ships where we stimulate our economy in the province, because when they dock the refuel, they get their stocking up into the businesses that are located in our shores. There's Cape Town Air Access, one of the key catalytic projects. Cape Town Air Access ensures that there is direct flights between our province and key destinations for ease of doing business and access into these global markets. Invest SA, we don't work in silo, we work with the national government, and it's something that we constantly encourage through the DTIC within Westro, in order to ensure that investors are taken through a process of not being sent from one pillar to post or one department to the other. We've got a unified unit within Westro where there's a Westro resource to help investors in the province, which is a good and great model. And also Convention Bureau to ensure that there's key strategic events that are being held in the province, because these events are also economic stimulators to ensure that there's some economic activity within our lovely province. So how do we do our work for those who don't really know? Westro has, is taking the Western Cape to the world. When I say the Western Cape, I'm not referring to Cape Town, we're talking about all the regions, and we bring the world to the Western Cape. In the past financial year, we have conducted 93 outward missions. So these missions will include events, will include interaction with various government stakeholders in various countries in order to sell our province. We've hosted 63 inward delegations, and we've engaged with about 47 countries globally. Across the globe. It is our responsibility as an agency. We are funded by the government, of the provincial government of the Western Cape, City of Cape Town, and various key strategic departments within the government, like Department of Agriculture. So our responsibility doesn't end here in Cape Town. We've got a responsibility for all the districts. And with the Garden Route forming part of those districts, it's quite exciting to have this gathering today, which should be something that we take on a yearly basis. But most importantly, what would excite me is to have access, and also these conversations should happen with the private sector, because this is where actually we need to make an impact. My real friends in terms of interaction and that of my team is private sector, because we need to stimulate our economy. When we sell the Western Cape, we sell the value proposition that is presented by each and every district within our province. This is what our work is. This is how we position ourselves. Our strategy really is in line with the provincial strategy, the growth for jobs. We want to differentiate the Western Cape as a leading regional economy, and I think we are on track, and we are doing that, and we are doing that very well through brand recognition and equity, partnering with various stakeholders. Capture the Western Cape share of global investment. We are attracting investment into this province. I will share some stats, but I want us to make sense to that. In line with G4J targets of about 200 billion by 2025. So there's unison, there's communication between us as an entity with the government and various key other stakeholders to ensure that we work towards these goals in order to achieve them. Grow the Western Cape, export of goods, very important. I will share some stats here and make sense to it. Why is it important for us to grow our export? Because there's linkages to that. The businesses must expand, and there must be also those smaller businesses that feed into the system to ensure we stimulate our economy. Grow the leisure and business tourism. Tourism plays a major role in this region, including our province, and also be sustainable and innovative. Westgraph, that is future fit. Some of the stats that I will share, I will summarize and just make sense to it. Let's look at the population estimates for the Garden Route itself. It is home to about 11.33% of this province, which means it's the third largest of population, which becomes very, very, very important. This follows the Cape Winelands that sits at about 11.52. Obviously, the city of Cape Town is quite big. We will make sense to these numbers. Why am I sharing the statistics with you? The Garden Route is the third most populous. What does this tell us? We will reflect on that. If the numbers are growing, it means that we are putting pressure on the infrastructure. I mean, all the speakers, we all agree, we will seem to be singing from the same hymn book, but infrastructural development becomes a key factor. If you look at the Garden Route population youthfulness, the youth is our future. I mean, this Garden Route youthfulness is sitting at about 61% people are younger than 40. What are we doing about it? I've heard we spoke about skills development that becomes critical and very important. But there's a saying in isiXhosa, ungafiti amasele for inyoka, meaning if you give, I will interpret this, if you give skills to people, what are you doing? Are we skilling these people here in order for them to be pitched somewhere else or go and provide those skills elsewhere? So in essence, you don't want to feed frogs for snakes. We have to have plans and all that. I'm also sharing that because we're in Knysna, but this is the Garden Route. Knysna is ranked the fourth most populated municipality. This follows George, Mossel Bay, and Oudtshoorn. So what does it say? We need to work as a group, as a collective, and all other stakeholders. And most importantly, we can't leave the private sector out of any activities that we are doing. The private sector plays a major role. The Garden Route levels of education, it's important. Various speakers have spoken here, but what I need to highlight is that in 2023, 12.55% of the district population had no schooling, whilst an estimate of about 23.7% population held a grade 12 matric. This becomes critical in terms of skills development, and also you don't want to leave those who have not done proper schooling. There must be projects that ensure that they are brought into the economic stream. Let's quickly look at the employment in the Garden Route region. These are the sectors that are drivers of employment in this region. The wholesale and retail trade sectors. These are the largest employers. How do we sustain that? Finance, or how do we attract more investors in that space? Finance, insurance, real estate and business follows that, community social and personal services and so forth. But you would see manufacturing is number 4, number 5 there. We need to do something about it, but we'll talk when we make sense to these numbers. So the Garden Route has accounted for the 3rd highest share of employment amongst districts in 2023. Isn't that meaning that this region is quite important? So if in terms of employment numbers, which have been shared by the minister as well here, we are actually in this region employing quite a number of people. Garden Route sitting at about 226, 158 in terms of employment absorption. How do we sustain this? How do we stimulate an economy to ensure it absorbs people and create more jobs? Let's look at the gross value add quickly. The Garden Route is the 3rd largest contributor amongst districts. Can you see? It's always the 3rd. It's the 3rd. It's the 3rd. Which means it's important. There's consistency. It's big. So the Garden Route accounts for about 7.57 as the 3rd largest amongst the districts in terms of economic output that is coming out of this region. So if we look before the COVID, where you see the dip in 2020, there's been consistent growth in terms of gross value add. And there's immediately, you can see here, investor confidence. This slide should actually give investor confidence to show that we are a region that is growing. Yes, there was a dip because of COVID, but there's consistency, even if it's marginal in terms of growth of about 1% for the region. Knysna municipality ranked number 4 to the share of district output in 2003. I'm mentioning Knysna because we're having this discussion here, but all other municipalities here, leading is George, Mossel Bay, Oudtshoorn. This is an important region. Some of the sectors, finance sector is the largest contributor to the Garden Route output in 2023, followed by wholesale and retail, manufacturing, community and social services. And then if we look at business services, wholesale and retail, these are the largest output among the sub-sectors. Business services is big, not only in this region, but in the Cape region. We're responsible for the whole of the Western Cape. So we can see these trends and we can see these numbers. Followed by the wholesale and retail, community, social, investment, transport, and so forth. The export trends, very important. I want to share these numbers here. District exports by region. So if we look at the Garden Route, it's still number 3, following the city of Cape Town and the Western Coast. So it's the 3rd largest region, and in terms of exports, if you compare it to other district municipalities. So the Garden Route significantly increased in global trade in recent years. But there's something very important here, is that we are importing more than we export. And this therefore results into a trade deficit, which we need to see. How can we fix this trade deficit? So once again, there's an emphasis I want to make on this slide, that investors should look at possibly that this region is growing. Look at our exports, the blue line, it's growing. We are exporting more. There's activities. Yes, it's overshadowed by how much we export, but let's have a look. What is it that is happening here? Some of the top imports, what is it that we're importing? Petroleum oils, pneumatic tires of rubber, coal, briquettes, avoids, automatic data processing. These are some of the things that we are importing, and what is it that we are exporting our region is relying heavily on agriculture. So apples, pears, citrus, seeds, leather feather, which coming from animals. So it's all agricultural dominated economy that we have. How do we stimulate this economy to ensure that we diversify it? The Garden Route top 10 imports, source markets. Where are we sourcing some of these things from? United Arab, India, China, Saudi Arabia, Malaysia. So these are some of the source markets, very important to know. To Consular General, France does appear. So in terms of top 10 exports destinations, it's United States, China, United Kingdom, Netherlands, and France is number 6. Some of the FDI trends, very important to share these numbers for investor confidence. And as we speak to the world, we show these projects. These are some of the companies that have settled in the Garden Route between 2004 and 2023. So you would see we've attracted International Workplace Group, Malcolm, Klinger, South Africa. These are it's Switzerland, United Kingdom, Australia, United States. So when we sell the Western Cape and all these regions, we highlight these companies because it boosts investor confidence. What is this stat saying? We are making sense. I'm going to be repeating exactly each and everyone's what they have alluded to. It's telling us there's a need to intensify investment into infrastructure projects. This is that population growth that is happening. Participation of the region into international markets is dominated by imports, exactly what I've spoken about. We need to look at this trade balance. What is it that we're importing? Where, what can we do to change this? Skills development, it's a big topic. It has to happen, and I've highlighted that we have to, the minister has also posed this to say, what are we doing? We don't have to just train and provide skills. These people must be absorbed somewhere, or they must start their own businesses. Fostering partnership between government and private sector. This is very important. Before joining Westgrow, I worked in the private sector. And it's quite important and very critical that we work hand in hand with the private sector. That's my target audience. These are the people I want to interact with. These are the people on a daily basis that I want my team to ensure that they interact. We need to support their activities. We need to ensure that they grow, they expand. There's also a need to diversify our economy because, as I've said, it's heavily reliant on agriculture. Nothing wrong with that, but for sustainability and ensuring that we create more manufacturing within this region. Let's look quickly on tourism. This is very important. I think I've got one slide here, or a few or something like that. Still within time, I suppose. So the Western Cape tourism, I'm looking now at the Western Cape versus other provinces. You can see we're an important province. Our percentage share of overseas tourists traveling here, we are sitting at about 51.9% in comparison to other provinces. So it's become critical. It's a stimulator for our economy, which is why we've got a unit responsible for tourism within Westgrow. So some of the markets where we attract tourists from is the UK, followed by USA and Germany. I'm just sharing this for info. We have, contributed about what? Tourism contributed about 17 billion in 2022, up from about 3.7 billion. You can see it's quite critical for our economy. The total beds nights in the Western Cape as a whole increased from 4.8 days to 13.7, whilst the length of stay
there's been a total recovery. If you look at 2019, we were sitting at about 13.4. Now we are back to about 15%. So there's total recovery in terms of the length of stay into our province. Tourism becomes very, very, very important. The domestic visitors break down by the Garden Route and Klein Karoo. Klein Karoo is always, we've combined these numbers because visitors that are coming here are also doing
Well, the change in the program is we're going to move the Minister from the Water and Sanitation, Ms. Pammy Majodina, to after tea or after coffee. But we'd like to invite Willie to the front, Dr. Willie Sadia from AHI Western Cape, just to come along for the panel discussion the next 30 minutes or so on what business projects are on the go in the region already, from a chamber perspective and individual business perspectives. A lot of talk has been this morning as well about where small business fit in, how do we bring SMEs into the project, become a dear company, and everything else that's around that. So it's not only about big investors. So what is an investor actually? Normally we would associate an investor with somebody with the big money and coming from overseas. But the investor is also a person that's taking his last 500 rand and open up his parcel shop. It's also investing into the economy, and we must try and always remember that. And the guy that comes from, we'd like to say from perhaps Boksburg or Pietersburg, one of those places, bring his panel beating shop to the region and reopen it over here. That's also an investor. And then we obviously get the people with the bigger money and from overseas. So as long as we see the investor group as a bigger group, so if we've got a better word for those kind of investors, we'll appreciate it. But we see that as a generic that can work well.
Deputy President, Paul Masatile, ministers, councillors, mayors, everyone, warm welcome to this prestigious event in Knysna. I'm Willie Sadia. I'm the chairman of Business Western Cape, in the Western Cape, representing well over 20,000 businesses from the AHI, the formal chamber movement, 61 chambers all over the Western Cape, but also representing NAFCOC, WebCOF, Black Business Chamber, and Accelerate Cape Town. So from the township business to the big corporates in the Western Cape. It's an honor to speak to you today and bring the panel to the front to have a discussion on the role of business in this whole environment. But allow me firstly to mention this. A few months back, Jan and his team was in my office in George and said, "Really, can we put this together?" And I think they did a stunning job. Let's give Jan and his team Greater Knysna Business Chamber a hand for what they're doing here today and demonstrate that we can bring investment to this area. My role, clearly, and before we do that, we talk about investment. Now, it's a little story. Paul, don't take this into 20 minutes. It's for free, this one. We did train a lot of entrepreneurs in this area over the past years. And I remember I was involved in training young ones in Unidale. Unidale, as you spoke, there's a coach somewhere on the road there. Walking there in the road. We trained them, and on the second session, I realized that there's a problem here. We training them on entrepreneurship and how to start a business, but there's no economy in Knysna. What are we going to do here? So before leaving George to Unidale, I would draw from my own bank account 35, that was the delegates, 50 rands in my pockets. And when standing before we start, I ask everyone, if I allow you with a 50 rand today, what will you do with the 50 rands, with our economy? And everyone had the opportunity to tell me what they will do with the 50 rand, and on a one page, the income and expenditure. That was the conditions. And I said, guys, remember that 50 rand, this 50 rand is my 50 rand. You must give it back. It can't be a grant. It's opportunity in the 50 rand. Surprisingly, the week thereafter, just to keep it short, 34 out of the 35 give me back my 50 rand. The lowest amount a person could get into for the week, the lowest amount was 246 rand from a 50 rand. The highest amount was 701 rand from my 50 rands. My message is, if we think about investment, don't think about big stuff. Starting with our entrepreneurs, those who seek for opportunity to start a business. And I hope that my guest today will also help me in understanding that, how we can invest in communities and make sure they can create a business and sustain a business. So my job is to introduce you to business projects in the Southern Cape, and secondly, why you invest in Knysna, in the Garden Route. Why is the question. So I'm going to break my panel into two. There's not enough chairs for everyone, so I'm going to break it in two, and I'm going to call to the front Transnet Property, Mr. Mohammed Kwadi. Is he here, Mr. Mohammed? Then Rizal van Rooyen from what do you spell it? Depolesa? From Knysna, I believe, Mr. Clinton Larren from the Zipline. There's the man. And Mr. Matthew Lepan from Takealot. And the last one for this discussion is the Vineyard Church, Pastor Steve Willoughby. Right, so before we start, last week we did the AHI Congress in Oudtshoorn, and the focus point was how should local government working together with business chambers. And I read through Minister of Finance medium-term budget, and there it was stated, also repeated now by the Deputy Minister of Education, the three main priorities of Government of National Unity is to stimulate inclusive economy. Secondly, poverty. We as business, but from a local town perspective, building up, we said business chambers will work with local government in creating those economic environment that we can create these jobs. So gentlemen, welcome. So we're five now. Big question for everyone now. Why are you doing business in the Garden Route? And tell us more about your project, what's happening here.
Okay, so my name is Mohammed Gardi. I'm from Transnet Property and actually the head of the Eastern Cape region. You know, that confuses some people saying Eastern Cape region, but we're managing Western Cape properties. It's just a naming convention, the geography extends beyond that. So the easiest way is to just explain, what we do at Transnet Properties. Sorry about that. It's a division that we started about 3 years ago, the Transnet Property division. We've taken assets that are property related, that are investment worthy into this division, so anything not being used primarily by the ports or the rails. The best way to show what we've got is a map. If we can just put that slide up for a second. Every dot on there is a property that we have. Okay, so that just, there's no better way to show you than on this map. Particularly in the Eastern Cape region, you can see we've got quite a lot of assets there. In the immediate area, we've done business with Lazelle, we've done business with the Takealot site as well. We've got the property and infrastructure. Transnet Property is open for business. We'd like to partner with everybody in this region so that we can actually appreciate this economy.
Hello, my name is Liesel and I am the Managing Director of Lipalesa. Lipalesa means, where I come from in Limpopo, it means to be in flower. And the reason why we do development in Western Cape is because there really isn't a different place that shows you how it looks if something is in flower. Being the Garden Route, it looks like a garden. We are passionate about environmental projects, but I've heard all of you speak about regenerative and carbon, but we all want to be par on carbon. What about going carbon negative? like really being regenerative. And if there's any place that's got the potential to do it, it really is the garden route. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm probably the crazy person on the stage, yeah? Having an adventure business for the last 15 years, I've started in the small town of Hermanus, created a footprint in Cape Town. We do a lot of business from the overseas markets, invest quite a bit of money into the Indian market, all the BRICS countries, visit them every year, try and bring business to South Africa. And one of the reasons why we targeted Knysna was it's on the garden route, it's one of the jewels. You also might be familiar with our other product, which is in Mossel Bay, the Mossel Bay zip line. And a month ago, we opened up the world's longest zip line outside of Caledon, which beats the Emirates. So yes, that's why I'm the crazy person. But you can't invest in a town or a region if it's not investable. We've come into the Knysna area and we've created partnerships, not only with the Chamber and with the tourism associations, but with the officials. And that actually helps you and grows your brand. And from there, you can strengthen. One thing about our company, and I must punt this, is the adventure industry is punching far above its weight. People travel around the world for adventure. After COVID, and I'm sorry to say this, COVID was probably the best thing that could have happened to certain sectors of the adventure industry. Our adventure industry average person, which was 30 to 40 years, are now 50 to 60 years. It's not even funny if you see an 80-year-old on a zip line anymore. So that's one of the reasons why we've invested in Knysna and Mossel Bay.
Thank you a lot. Good day, everyone. Judging by the company today, I guess you could call me the Minister of Sales for Takealot Marketplace. So I think it's important for us. I think it's important for us to start why Takealot has chosen Cape Town. We are generally seen as a bit of a crazy business. We're a corporate business which started in Cape Town. We've got quite humble roots in a garage in Plumstead, which is a suburb in the southern suburbs of Cape Town. That was about 14 years ago, and we then specifically speaking to Knysna itself and speaking to the garden route. We need to look at our business as a whole here. We are a group of separate entities. We've got takealot.com, which I hope you're all aware of. We've got Mr. D. And from a takealot.com perspective, you know, our real focus in the garden route is focusing on building sellers' businesses within this area. So we give currently 10,000 sellers access to our Takealot platform, connecting to over 4.5 million customers a month, generating, you know, massive economic development within these small-scale SMMEs. So we're really focused at building that out in the garden route environment. Then deeper in the township environment, we've got our Takealot Township Economy Initiative, which is simply a sales initiative that empowers local entrepreneurs to act as almost salespeople for the Takealot platform in those environments, and they can earn unlimited commission. So those are kind of our main two focuses at the moment within the Takealot's business. Then within Mr. D, there's the obvious benefit to local restaurants in the area, local franchisees in the area that run the Mr. D Hub, and then obviously the job creation that comes along with the driving for both businesses. So the network effect of that is massive. And I think it's also important to look within that 10,000 and actually see that it's not just SMMEs that are in that space. There are large retailers that utilize us as sales channels. We've got the likes of Pick n Pay, Waco Group, just a few of the names to drop there, that are utilizing us as an additional sales channel to complement their retail operations.
I will come back to you. I learned to have another question there. But from the panel, from Vineyard Church, Pastor Steve Goodifie, Pastor, your involvement?
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you, Jan and your team. It's been a great day. I think we can all agree. But as Vineyard Church, we're on the brink of building a state-of-the-art auditorium. As you would have known, coming to Knysna, this is the biggest auditorium that can accommodate approximately 200 people to have an event like this. And as a congregation connected to our community, we are on the verge of building an 1,100-seat auditorium here in Knysna, the state-of-the-art facilities with an ethos to build as many big people who can serve well, and to help leaders keep their moral compass true. You know, in being a part of, or in South Africa, a lot of our politicians have come from good pedigree and stock with regards to parents and grandparents who were God-fearing. And I think that it's part of our responsibility as the church to help people keep their moral compass true. You know, I'd just like to take this opportunity. I've seen politicians hijack funerals. And so I'd just like to briefly hijack this just for 5 minutes to share some scripture with you, to keep our moral compass true. You know, it starts with a scripture, Jeremiah 29, verse 11, and it says this: "For I know the plans that I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans for welfare and not for calamity, to give you a future and a hope." Amen. You know, this is a scripture that inspires. It's a scripture that gives us hope for the future, and it connects us to a God who is good and his intent toward us. You know, the context of the scripture when the prophet was writing this scripture was to people who were kept in exile, in captivity. And that is the context where he said to them, while you are in exile, while you are in captivity, there's something that I'd like you to do. It might look like things are unfavorable. It might look like that you're being controlled by things out of your control. But while you're in captivity, he said, build houses. Don't wait for things to change before you go back to your place that you've come from. Don't wait to be rescued. Plant gardens. Get your hands dirty. Eat the produce of your hands. Don't wait for somebody else to feed you. Encourage them to marry, to multiply, to increase. And then he said, seek for the welfare of your city where I have sent you into exile. Pray to the Lord on its behalf, and in its welfare you will have welfare. You know, as we get our priorities right and we put God first and we pray for the welfare of our towns, our regions, and our nation, then it will go well for us. And that is the promise that God gives us. He says, for I know the plans that I have for you, not for calamity, not for destruction. And that is the plan for our nation, for our region, for our town, to trust in God, that he is for us, that his intent toward us is good. And in praying for our region, for our nation, for our towns, then it's going to go well for us. And so I just want to leave you with this. And this is so great for us to be together in this room. Let's rather be builders, not those who are destroying. Let's not allow the narrative of bad news to become our story. Let's pray for our towns, our regions, and our nation, and continue to seek for its welfare. Let's not compromise in having a true moral compass. Let's do things with integrity and honesty and righteousness. And that is the encouragement in Scripture, that righteousness exalts a nation, but sin causes its depravity. And so let's raise up godly leaders by doing things with excellence. And so that's why we are on the verge of a 50 to 60 million rand investment into Knysna as a church, so that we can reach younger generations, so that we can grow good leaders who have a true moral compass, who can make a difference in our towns, our regions, and our nation.
Thank you to Pastor Spies. What if you, sorry for that one. A second round. I think for business, it's also important to invest back in the community. I mean, there's so much issues in the community, need in the community, that we as business need to take lead in that. We can't wait for government, we must also do that. As I said, poverty is part of our responsibility. From the back, take a lot here. What is your programs to uplift the community, except from business opportunities?
I think, we can maybe run through the separate businesses again if you don't mind, because that's probably the easiest way for us to tackle that question. Mentioned over here on this band, we've got the Township Ikasi program, where we are allocating large amounts of our own funding as well as funding that we're working with through third parties in order to build small businesses that are sustainable and have longevity. These businesses obviously utilize the marketplace as a route to market, and that is really where we see the opportunity. One of the key stats that we like to talk about in our business is the decline in manufacturing in South Africa for the last 30 years. consistent year-on-year decline. And the challenge here with that is that, that manufacturing has got to go somewhere. And I think all of us in this room know where that manufacturer ultimately ends up going. Now, what that does is removes us from the value chain, eliminates the trickle-down economics that are associated with that. So the role that we see ourselves playing as Takealot is in enabling business growth within South Africa. We put our money where our mouth is. We've got large programs running out at the moment, specifically with sellers and building out sellers that have unique products that are market ready in South Africa that can go on to sell on other platforms, go on to sell within retail stores. I then mentioned that we have the personal shopper program within the townships, which is another initiative which is aimed at driving growth within those environments. There's obviously a business benefit there in the sense that we're getting e-commerce penetration within the township environments. So we can't ignore that. But I think it's important to understand that the margin that's given away in order to incentivize that is substantial. That's a significant investment that we're making in those environments as the future of South Africa. Going on, we've got further driver development programs which we run within our driver pool. We've got a network of over 14,000 drivers across the country. That we significantly invest in the development of those drivers, whether it be through providing them with the necessary PPE for the job, providing them with bikes and maintenance of those motorcycles, as well as upskilling of drivers within that pool to ultimately go on to other parts of the economy.
Well, Zipline? Okay, so we've got a very unique model. Everywhere where we are, we work with the local community. In the Knysna area, for instance, in the last financial year, I think we put about 2,000 underprivileged kids through the Zipline experience itself. After that, there's a mentorship that happens with one of our senior managers. I am the oldest in the company, by the way. The rest of my staff's all under the 40 demographic, the demographic that really needs employment. And then apart from that, we've got multiple projects. We've got a bakery that we sponsored up in the town of Mseepkans. I don't know if any of you know that. That's where we do our Orange River rafting operations. There was no bread for the local community there, so we teamed up there with the pastor and equipped the whole area for them to be able to feed the community with bread. And then an interesting one that we do, a lot of our products that we do is mice and team building and events with corporates. A lot of corporates come to us because Zipline is one part of our small business. We do events where we give back to the communities where they ask us. I mean, yesterday we gave about 100 bicycles to a school. And then my pet project is in Khayelitsha. I was on Facebook and a friend of mine said to me, look at this, these two brothers in Khayelitsha trying to paddle there on the wetlands. And immediately I contacted them. I said to them, is it possible for me to come and have a paddle with you on the wetlands? And they said, yeah, sure. So I drove in and they still said they'll meet me there wherever. So we got onto the wetlands and I had a paddle with them on this beautiful stretch of water. One side is the army base and the other side is Khayelitsha, which is an informal settlement with the kids running past us and stuff. And I said to them, this is a product that could work. I immediately got on the phone, literally an hour later, phoned up a lot of my agents, a lot of my foreign agents, a lot of my Dutch and German agents, and I managed to get a bus within 2 weeks there. But when the bus stopped, nobody wanted to get off the bus when I told them what they were going to do. And I was panicking. I was thinking, oh, no, I oversold something to people that don't even want to get off the bus in Khayelitsha. So we stopped at the park and I said to them, please just at least walk with me to the water because your interpretation of what you think the water will look like is not fair. It's a wetland. And then after they all walked, I didn't have enough kayaks for them. And that business is flourishing. Those two brothers are getting busloads of tourists and we're happy. That's the type of investment we do.
Wonderful. Wisdom?
So ours is much more a dream than a reality yet, but our dream is to see developments that do not deplete the earth, that see projects being put up without communities being displaced. True community empowerment really starts with socio-economic resilience, and that's where we come in. We bring skills development to each and every project we do. If we build something, we will teach somebody how to do that. I know one of my colleagues did a speech on if you teach a man to fish, then you give him a skill for the rest of his life. And every industry that we touch, whether it is commercial, whether it is tourism, whether it's development, has to have all those things in. We focus predominantly on the green industry, but we also have to bring all of the stuff into the green industry. I come from the landscaping industries, and we learn about permaculture, which means everything has to come back in a circle. All our industries has been designed in a line. It goes to one or two people. If we bring everything back into a circle, like nature was intended, we can also teach people how to fish, but we can also feed them. So that's basically what Lipalesa is for.
Thank you. Mohammed, the last word for you. Thank you very much. So I'll try to be brief and just speak about the things that we're doing on the property side of the business in Transnet. We've got quite a few CSI initiatives in Transnet itself. On the property side, there's two that I'll talk about. One is in the very initial phases. We haven't, rolled it out yet. See that we've got a large portfolio and there's a student accommodation problem, all across the country. Every campus, there's a shortage of beds. We're developing a program where we would provide properties through on a rental basis. We will then also talk to government funders, and we will then also develop skills of the people who will be developing and running these businesses to turn them into property type of people. So that's a project that we've just started, and it hasn't come out yet. We're still working on that one. More interesting success story that we've had, there's a company called DNF Waste and Recycling. They've got funding from Polyco, and they process and recycle waste material. So what we've done with them is we provide land and sites in townships where waste can be collected for people who want to get into this business, and they get a take-off agreement with DNF who buys this stuff from them. So we enable them to turn into business people in all these little towns. My panel into two. So the next focus will be on business chambers. First one to call to the front is Mr. Farnes Truter from Muscle Bay Business Chamber. He didn't know that, but I'm also going to call Mr. Jan van der Westhuizen from Knysna Business Chamber to the front. It's a surprise for you, but you must come. Thirdly, Mr. Paul Hoffman, our MC, standing MC, Paul to the front. And lastly, the representative from SM Tex, Mr. Sibaka, am I right? SM Tex, are they here? No. Gentlemen, we've got a few minutes, but I know Mrs. Chambers for a while. You see, they're not even focused here. We're going to start firstly with Masabay. Can I cancel that one, Farnes? I'm going to go to the man first. Yeah. Why did you put this event together? And what is your vision for Knysna?
Why did I do it? I have to be and if I'm not doing it, do it. And if you're not doing it, do it. You all need to start doing something in the area that you are. You are the power of influence. You need to make sure that it's happening. And that was the motive and drive of this. When I semi-graduated from Victoria to Knysna during COVID, I found myself with a lot of time on my hands, looking at the area around me and said, how can we do what we do better? And our drive for this town is specifically to look at not only from the investment, but also the growth of people. And I strongly believe in growing your own timber. You need to make sure that our children from today becoming our leaders of tomorrow. We also need to make sure that we have a strong relationship with the people that we are working with. We've got a very strong motto in our business chamber. I shared it with Farnes the other day. I said, soft on people, hard on results. We do build relationships with people, but you can ask the different sectors of the municipality that we often have serious discussions because we make sure there's results. Infrastructure needs to work. Our town needs to flourish. Thank you for that, William.
Can I ask you another question? Coming to Knysna and reading the news all about the negative stuff. How do you manage to work with your local government successfully?
Believe the relationships. You need to make sure that there is not a one-size-fits-all. People cannot say the municipality is bad. The people in the municipality does this. You must first remember that people in the municipality, the councillors of this town, is number one, also people in this town. They are affected with all the issues that you as a normal citizen are affected. They're also living in this town. With the difference that they're also responsible for making these things happen. So if you pull together in one direction, these things can work. I strongly believe, and I hope you're not asking me another question, but I think what we have here is a example of a lifeboat, not a canoe, a lifeboat of a national unity, of a local municipal unity. Thank you, Billy.
Thank you, Jan. Hannes from Mossel Bay Business Chamber, working with the number 1 municipality in South Africa. What's happening there in Mossel Bay?
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to all the special people here. I think in Mossel Bay we're privileged to work with a special municipality. And as Jan said, before I became chairman of the business chamber, people say you're going to fight with the municipality. I said, we're going to work with it. And we agreed with the municipality, we would challenge them. But we will work with them. One of the ways working with them was to help them to do a stock take of what's happening in their town. By organizing events like this, first we start with a business investment for Mossel Bay businesses in Mossel Bay. So we get them together to tell us what are their investment plans for the future. The next one was to organize a conference, a regional conference, within a radius of 280 kilometers of Mossel Bay. Because one of the most important assets of Mossel Bay is the port of Mossel Bay. And we realized that the port of Mossel Bay can only be working effectively if it's supported by the region. And so we invite all the business chambers, tourism organizations, municipalities, and agriculture verenigings. We invite them to come and tell us what's happening in their region and how can they provide Mossel Bay with how can we support us. And we want to tell each town, each region, what is their strengths, what is their best asset, where's their weaknesses. We realize we sometimes need to play for the Springboks, and sometimes we need to play for our province. And that was working well. And then another thing, because we are all staying in an area where there's a lot of people come on retirement, the baby boomers, the latest, the loud coming of the baby boomers is coming into our region now. And we arranged an effective retirement seminar where we get people come and talk to the people of retirement villages, small towns, how can you effective retire in the area? And it's not only financial retirement, it's not only wills, it's about the sports facilities, walking, stop clubs, all that kind of stuff. And how to can home-based care. So we asked people to come and talk about that. And the interesting one coming to the seminar was Afkop, and come and tell us about aquamation. And out of that, they're now going to put up an aquamation plant in Mossel Bay. So yeah, that's, I think with that stock take, we help the municipality also to see what's happening in town. And yeah, we challenge them. We was 2 weeks ago, we were in the boardrooms there, and wanting to work with us. And as Jan said, we walk out, we are not fighting the person, we are fighting the issue on the table.
Thank you, Hannes. So then thirdly, Mr. Paul Hoffman, he representing the George Business Chamber, and you engaged in an entrepreneurial program with funding from National AXA Airport Company. Could you tell us more about that?
Thank you, sir. That's my job, because I get to work with governments and province and internationals, and then I can work with the guys on the ground. the real entrepreneurs. So that makes it very interesting and very rewarding at the same time. And I think the challenges that we spoke about earlier, access, communication, markets, all those kind of things became very evident in this program that we did now for the second year in George through the chamber. And as Willie rightly said, it was sponsored by AXA. It's called the Entrepreneur. It started about 14 years ago in Ilembe, up in KwaZulu-Natal, and it's now sort of rolled out towards other airports. So AXA obviously would like to have this program implemented in each city and each town that's got an airport. So hopefully next year we will have the fourth one, because this year Mangaung joined for the first time. So there's now 3 cities already in place. So very briefly what happens is that we had call for entries, and we've got about 50 entries in. Selection committee sat down, chose 24 finalists. Why 24? Because we wanted 20 to finish, and 21 did finish. And it was a combination between having tuition and presentations and almost like a theoretical process, but in a practical sense, using the business model canvas as a base. And so very, very able tutors that actually worked on that. And then we combined that with a mentor program. So we had 7 mentors looking after 3 mentees each. And then we also had what we call CI specialists, or your corporate identity specialists, to look at the branding and everything around the marketing for the company. So through the process, it was a 7-week program where they had to attend every single Saturday. So it took a lot of commitment from these guys, and they were very, very, very committed. And we actually had a great group this year. The atmosphere and the camaraderie and everything else amongst them was great. So they even helped each other. One guy stood up and saw that some of the other mentees didn't have access to computers. So what did he do? He found a few people. 2 weeks later, he delivered 6 or 7 computers to the guys who didn't have. So that was a great thing to see. So ending it off, they had to complete the business plan, which was a very daunting task for an entrepreneur to sit down and actually do his own business plan, but they learned a lot. They said afterwards, I mean, they actually had to stop working, which was not so cool, to finish the business plans. But the result of that was that they understand their businesses better, understand what's happening out there. And then a week or so later, they had to come and present their business case to an adjudication panel. And yeah, there were competition prizes to be won afterwards, a total 75,000 rand that they got. So a young entrepreneur from Mossel Bay, Kwanankaba Industries, won the event. And all 21 finished and all 21 presented, which was great. They started, the other 3 fell out right in the first week, the other guys saw it all through. Now the opportunities is opening up for them. So part of the sponsors were media time, part of the sponsors were getting into other exhibitions, into other events. So that's the beauty of it. So they're not being left behind now once it's been done. 4 or 5 of those guys currently, and the previous years' winners, are also potentially export companies that can actually go beyond the areas where they work and really into the region. So we're looking forward to that being extended into other provinces and other airports or cities with airports. So if AXA has their way and there's enough sponsorship around supporting them, this can roll out very, very quickly to all 9 provinces. Thank you, Len.
Oh, quickly, the winner there, who was the winner?
It was, it's got a couple of names, Temkosi Benson Tera Mkize. From the Kwanankaba Industries, or Eden Tires as he's also known. So part of the prize money will go towards setting him up even better than he's currently doing by installing 1 or 2 pieces of equipment to just enhance his job as well.
Wonderful, thank you, Paul. So, just to mention the fact that in the Garden Roads, we've got 19 business chambers, 19. So in every town, I mean, in George, there's 5 business chambers from your colour community, from your township communities, in the former colony, in Unindale, in Blanco. We've got 19 chambers. We're well presented. We're working well with government, local government. And Mr. Deputy President, I can clearly tell you that our vision is the same as yours, to make South Africa a better place. So, lastly, introduce Mr. Sivaka. Am I right? Savaka, from SM Tax, now there's tax involved, can become a difficult question here. What is your programs or plans in the Garden Route, and why are you investing in this area?
All right, perfect. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Honorable Deputy President and Ministers and Deputy Ministers present, and all stakeholders present. So, I come from a financial services firm called SM Tax that is 100% youth-owned and led. So we specialize in tax, finance, and accounting for both individuals and businesses alike. So to come to the interesting, our head office is in Cape Town, and we recently established a branch here in Knysna in Teeson Island. And to answer the question as to why invest in the greater Knysna, basically. So after assessing the region for a year or so, we realized that there is significant unrecognized potential and talent here in Knysna. So from your individuals, your youth, the 18 to 35-year-olds, to the elderly individuals above 35, forgive me for that. And then your small basically and medium-sized businesses. So we started now engaging directly with the people on the ground, different stakeholders such as the different schools, the different municipalities, Knysna municipality, the Knysna Business Chamber. And we realized that there is a significant need here for people with our expertise, right? And we made a promise to the people of Knysna and all of the stakeholders here that we are gonna contribute to the economic growth of the region by helping SMMEs to grow. And I think also most importantly by bringing employment into the region. So within the 5 months that we've been here, we've been able to create over 50 jobs for youth individuals basically all across the Garden Route. I stopped counting the number of SMMEs that we've helped grow their business and access funding and financing. So for us, it goes back to things as little as giving people access to information, and resources for them to know what it takes to be tax compliant, for your business, and for you to be able to tender with the government sustainably to your personal finance management in order for you to scale and grow your businesses. And then now we were able to unlock partnerships through existing partnerships with stakeholders such as Old Mutual, Standard Bank, ABSA, in order now to provide funding to various SMMEs within the Garden Route. And there are interesting engagements going on, including colleges such as the South Cape College. They have an entrepreneurship program that they have. So there's interesting developments coming next year in order to upskill the youth and help local SMMEs grow sustainably to foster greater financial and economic inclusion within the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our panel discussion. So let's give him a great hand. Thank you so much, panel.
Thank you, Dr. Willie. Let's give him a round of applause for looking after information. I know we're running out of time, so taking a non-executive decision, because I did check it with 2 or 3 people. We're not going to have a tea break, if it's okay with you. We're going to go straight into the next session. So, but what we can do, just to give everybody a little bit of, just a bit of a stretch, you can quickly stand up, turn yourself around, and greet the person behind you. You can quickly do that. Just a very quick, because I'm sure you don't know everybody. The next speaker, who's the Deputy Minister of Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, Mr. Naren Singh, is going to talk a little bit about where does the environment fit in to making sure that investments take place properly, or that there's a good match between what happens in our beautiful area versus economic growth. So over to you. Okay.
Thank you very much to Mr. Hoffman, and I think, Excellency, Mr. Deputy President, the people of this area need to know how to bring a crowd to attention. And I think my colleague, Minister Femi Mothodina, knows. Amanda! Amanda! I shut up on Chimba Mumteto. I shut up on Chimba Mumteto. Thank you very much. I think now we've got the attention. Thank you to the program director and to His Excellency Deputy President. I greet him, my colleague Minister Mothodina, my two DM colleagues that are here, members of the diplomatic corps, the distinguished ladies and gentlemen that are here from the business sector. Firstly, let me congratulate the organizers of this event for bringing us together. Because, you know, we talk about the government of national unity, but it's a political unity. But the kind of unity we need to grow South Africa is a unity amongst all its people, business, labor, and the politicians. So well done on this. And I spoke to a young gentleman called Nati earlier on, who told me that he also had something to do with this aim and this vision. I've got two friends here, Deputy President, who spoke here. Liesl from Lipalesa spoke about the environment, and Gadi from Transnet, who spoke about waste recycling. So I really need to talk to them after that, if there's nothing else that I do before I leave for the airport, but just to see how we can take forward initiatives in those two sectors. But Deputy President, driving towards Nyasna from George this morning, it is not difficult to understand why so many South Africans and international tourists flock to these vestiges of such natural beauty along the garden route for holidays and for some who take up permanent residence. The beauty is only matched by the tranquility and repose away from the daily hustle and bustle of life in our bigger economic hubs and metros in South Africa. From an environmental perspective, what I noticed is that the area is pristine and must remain as such into perpetuity, because it is something that is demanded of us in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Section 24, where we have a responsibility to preserve this planet for future generations. So in all the ideas that you have for economic development within this region, please keep in mind the environmental issues that will arise. And as the Department of Environment, we're not saying that we should just focus on environmental issues, because there are always opportunities to mitigate risks. So what we need is sustainable economic development in this area. I've just returned, Deputy President, from the Biodiversity COP, Conference of Parties 16, held in Colombia, and the theme of which was entitled Peace with Nature. And this is a theme that should resonate strongly with the people and business sector in this area and surround, as the beauty of the environment is the draw card, which, if maintained sustainably, will continue to drive the economy in this area for its residents, not only today, but for future generations. So, this should be first and foremost upon all of your minds when seeking to unlock and promote greater investment and growth through skills and capacity building in the broader region. As a department, our responsibility is to create an enabling environment for sustainable growth. And one of the things I think that Nyasna is known for is the Nyasna Oyster Festival. And yesterday evening when I was at the waterfront, I saw a board there, Nyasna Oyster, and they had a display of all the items that they sell. But the only problem with the Nyasna Oyster Festival, Your Excellency, while they bring together not only those that farm oyster and mussels and everything else, and they bring together a lot of tourists and have a lot of festivity, is that those oysters are not coming from Nyasna anymore. And I think you know that. And it's because of environmental issues. The oyster that you have at the festival comes from Saldanha, the West Coast. And I was there a few weeks ago, and I said, why don't we have a Saldanha Oyster Festival, which we are going to do, and we'll invite the people of Nyasna, because you know how to have this festival in your area. But I think that's something we can speak about. Regenerating the oyster aquaculture in this particular area. Last week, Honorable Deputy President, I signed on behalf of your government and our government a memorandum of understanding with the government of Chile.
You only know the one that said, if we agree that water is life, I'm happy that one of the speakers said here, his target is the business sector. The Friends are business sector. I'm right there. My friends are a business sector. Without you, government alone cannot be able to carry the load of water and sanitation. And therefore, partnership is important. For your business to prosper, you need water. For societies to be in livelihoods, we need water. And therefore, we must work together to close leaks. We must work together to disconnect illegal connections. We must work together to ensure, Honorable Mayor, that there are no revenue water on the street. Because non-revenue water makes you to pay a lot, but that water has not reached the beneficiaries. There is water here, but when you go across the street, you meet water. Water is not supposed to go on the street. Water is supposed to go through water pipelines up until it goes to the depths. I thought you are going to give me the water. Pollution of our rivers is a no. We have charged so many municipalities who pay for polluting our rivers. We charge business for polluting our rivers, and therefore let's all work together. It is important. We have invested more than 9 million here in ensuring that we respond to what the Deputy President came here for. We have 3 grants that we intervened with. There's a MIG grant, and we are saying, Honorable Mayor, out of the MIG grant, please ring-fence 10% of that for water resource maintenance. Anything that is not maintained, it will certainly not last forever. So let's ensure that we do maintenance in our water infrastructure resource. The second one, you can do better. Thank you very much. We give WISIC fund. We are saying let's expand your reservoirs and water treatment plant. But we want to request to all councillors present here, all mayors that are here, when you appoint contractors, please do due diligence. We cannot afford contractors who abandon sites. We cannot afford. Because it costs the taxpayers. And if there's no reliable water resource and supply, these investors that are here won't come. If we are to attract them, we must ensure that there is uninterrupted water supply, but maintain the water resource. Keep the blue crop. You did very well when you were at 74%. Please don't drop the ball. Otherwise, we go to hell if you drop the ball. I'm not threatening anyone about hell in the We must fight vandalism of a water infrastructure, fight vandalism of electricity, because if they vandalize, municipality will be unable to give water. The constitutional requirement of this municipality and other municipalities is that of provision of water. We build water resource. We assist municipalities to regulate. We put norms and standards. Then municipality must be able to give water. Stability in government is very important. The good thing that was said about the GNU here, indeed, GNU works. And we are moving this country forward. Unashamedly. Moving this country forward. Those who are standing outside the GNU, very cold outside GNU. And our doors are still open if you want to come. Yeah, no. As I conclude, stability in local government of unity. Close the revolving door. Business, investment. investment needs stability. You can't put your money where there is no stability. Political stability is very important. When I came here, I asked from Mayor, your mayor must be told I said, Mayor, yeah, that's my client, and Mayor goes the guy, and you're not going to fail Mayor because stability up. So we must ensure that we need political tolerance. We're coming from different backgrounds, but that is neither here nor there. Ours is to join hands. We're one South Africa. We must move forward. In Mfuleni was known as a sewer spillage municipality. We were instructed through the Deputy President that we must go and intervene in Mfuleni. We have intervened in Mfuleni. There's no more sewer spillages in Mfuleni. Now, when we done with that project, we go out, what is going to happen? Municipality might go back. We have agreed that we must establish the special purpose vehicle. I want to make a call to this investment conference that the business sector, the civil society, the government, in terms of the local governments here, please join hands and come up with a special purpose vehicle that is going to assist you even going out to financial markets to ensure that we sustain the infrastructure that we have. Appoint contractors that are credible. Make sure that we reskill our young people, especially on plumbing. We must also reskill our people on reticulation of water. There must be reticulation of water practitioners so that we don't go out of Knysna. If there's a pipe leak, we must do it ourselves. That is very important. I'm requested to introduce a tall man. When there is load shedding, he goes to stage 7. He was born and bred in Alexander. If you are not coming from Jos, you will say Alexander. But if you are coming from Jos, you say Alex. He was born in Alex. He is the former youth leader. He is the former MPL. He is the former Minister of Arts and Culture. He is the former Premier, the 4th Premier of Gauteng. He is the former Treasurer General of the African National Congress, the Liberation Movement. He is also the current Deputy President of the African National Congress. That is none other than a happily married, happily married, he's occupied. He's not a vacant post, yeah? He's not a vacant post. He's happily married. Can we give a round of applause in welcoming the Deputy President?
Thank you very much, Emeritus. You say now Emeritus says things that make me blush. Have you ever seen a black man blushing? But thank you very much. Let me greet the program director, greet all the ministers, deputy ministers here present, Minister Majodina, who is doing so well in addressing this challenge of water she's on the ground. Deputy Minister of Finance is here. I'm told he spoke earlier. I was not here yet. Deputy Minister of Higher Education spoke earlier. I was here. I did hear her. Deputy Minister of Environment, Fisheries, Forestry, also here. I just spoke not long ago. I also want to greet the Mayor, Executive Mayor. Thank you very much for being part of this good initiative. The Andrew Strubel from the district, also Councillor Metis Kosana, I think is the speaker. Let me also acknowledge all members of the panel who spoke earlier. You did so well, all of you. And all guests who are here today, government officials, business leaders, representatives, and all of you ladies and gentlemen here present. Now, I was saying earlier to Deputy Minister Sarupen that I suspect that between him, Deputy Minister Gondwe, Deputy Minister Singh, and Minister Majodina, they have said everything that I needed to say. So they're making life difficult for me because I'm going to be repeating everything they said. But I'm very happy to be back in Knysna. As the Minister said, we came here when there was a problem of water. She was not the Minister of Water at the time. And I'm happy that once we came here and identified the problem, in fact, by the time I arrived in Knysna, the Executive Mayor and the team were already addressing the problem. And the Minister was telling me now that since then there have been a number of interventions that they've been busy with to deal with this problem of water. Of course, not only in Knysna, but throughout the country. There are challenges. We had an opportunity with the Minister to go to Gauteng in the Sidibeng area, known as the Vaal area to some of you. And we addressed the problem there. The challenge there was even sewer spillage going to some people's homes. We had to deal with that. And we went to Limpopo, where people were having a big problem or a challenge of water. And when we arrived there with the Minister, we landed in an area where there's a big dam. And we're getting a briefing. It's called Nandoni Dam. We're getting a briefing there from the politicians of the province and the area, the executive mayor and the MECs. And Nandoni Dam was very full of water. But the people in the villages just upstream were saying, no, they don't have water. Because there's a challenge of reticulation. So in many of our areas, water is there, but it's not reaching the people. So myself and Minister Majodina, we connived, and then we said to the Minister of Finance, so I said, we're going to blackmail him. So we came from Limpopo and we said, that money you got from the BRICS Bank, you must use it to sort out the water problem. So the minister couldn't escape because he saw the problems we were dealing with. But I'm very happy to be back in Knysna, and I want to thank the organizers of the conference for extending the invitation to national government. We are looking forward to working with you. So I'm excited to be standing before you today to particularly deal with this issue of growing the economy. You are focusing on growing the regional economy. National government is looking at the national economy, so we should work together. Work together, grow the economy, create jobs. But I'm also excited that you are focusing on small, medium enterprises as well. You know, don't forget the small businesses. When I was minister, when I was MEC for Finance in Gauteng, I took a turn to go and see what other people are doing in other parts of the world. And what I learned, amongst others, was in Italy, the biggest driver of economic growth are small businesses. And so it goes in other parts of the world as well. Small businesses everywhere are the key drivers of growth. We need to support them. So I'm happy that you are doing that. The theme of the conference, investment through skills and capacity, is very important because sometimes people are not able to run successful businesses because they don't have the right skills. So we need to help them with skills, particularly the youth. Let's train them, let's make sure that we do provide them with necessary skills. In government, we've got what we call the Human Resource Development Council. This council was set up by the president, and he asked me to chair it. We bring in the private sector, the trade unions, civil society broadly, and different departments, and we look at skills that are needed in the country. So we meet and we look at all sectors of our economy, critical skills that are needed, where do we get them? We invite universities, technical colleges, they are part of this council. One thing that we noticed as well is that our young people sometimes prefer to go to universities than technical colleges. But in fact, the economy needs those skills that you acquire in TVET colleges. So we try and motivate them to go to TVET colleges to be able to assist us in these areas of work. Like the minister was saying, for instance, you need plumbers to deal with some of the challenges that we have. We need bricklayers and so on. So the HRDC, the Human Resource Development Council, is looking exactly at that challenge, and we are able then to begin to say, how do we close this gap and close it faster? Of course, in the short term, we do invite other people from other countries with skills, but we don't want it to be a permanent feature, where South Africa says, we can't deal with everything in our country, we need to rely on foreigners to come with skills. Let's build these skills ourselves, and we can do it. And that's what the HRDC is focusing on. So, Program Director, we support this investment, Regional Investment Conference. In October, I had an opportunity to visit Ireland and the United Kingdom of Great Britain. And the reason why I went was to talk to them about what's happening in South Africa. You know, after the elections of May, when we then formed the government of national unity, many in the world were not quite sure what that is. So we decided, the president went to the US with a group of ministers, and I then afterwards went to Ireland and the UK, just to say to them, relax. South Africa is okay. Because I could say some of them were like really worried. I said, no, relax. We are fine. South Africa is stable. We have a government in place that is working, a government of national unity. And I was traveling there with the ministers of the GNU. You know what I mean. ANC, DA, IFP. So they could see the GNU in action, that here it is. And I said to the ministers, before we left South Africa, I called them, I said, no, in fact, I met them in London, so I said to them, you are going to be the salesmen and women. You remember? And I said to them, for this whole week, regard yourself as salesmen and women. You come here to sell South Africa. And they did so well. Yeah, they did so well. I remember the Minister of Infrastructure and Public Works had some books. He said, you see, deep in this book, I've got all the viable projects, bankable projects. And in the middle of the week, he said, my books are finished. So he created a plan. He said, I'm now going to try to distribute them online because everybody wanted them. Investors all over the world want to come to South Africa, but their question is, which destination? What can we do? What must we invest in? So we are looking forward to going to other destinations. As I said, the president went to the US, and I went to Ireland and the UK. During that whole week when we were in the UK, we had more than 20 meetings with investors. Some other days would have 4 meetings a day, because people are interested to know what's happening in South Africa. And at the end, our message was to the international community, South Africa is open for business. You can come. And they are coming. So we're going to tell them about this region. I'm going to say to them, now that I see you have plans, I'm going to tell them, come to the Southern Cape as well.
Just nice.
Well, some of them might want to go to Mosselbaai and Oshoron. No. Yes, but we love Knysna, of course. But we want to build the whole region. It's very important. I think this is a good decision. We will be undertaking a trip to Germany, probably early next year, because as soon as I came back from the UK, the Minister for Planning the Presidency was in Germany, and she called me and said, I'm here in Germany. They say, when are you coming to Germany? They saw you in the UK. Now the investors in the UK have an advantage. Can you please come to us? So we will be going to Germany as well. And when I had a meeting with the ambassador in France, he said to me he's planning to have an investment conference in Paris because investors there are taking interest in what's happening in South Africa. And he said a number of people who want to come to South Africa has tripled in France. 3 times more business people want to come to South Africa. So we'll probably have an investment conference with them. We're looking at maybe March of next year. I'll take some ministers and deputy ministers with me. The world will come here if they see we're doing things for ourselves. We must never sit and say, oh, we'll grow the economy through foreign direct investments. We must invest in our own economy, invest in our own infrastructure, fix roads, fix dams, make sure there's water, there's electricity. Investors will come if they see them. One thing that we're happy about is that when we were doing that working visit, load shedding was behind us. So we were bragging there, saying, you see, as we speak today, we are more than 200 days without load shedding. And I was saying to the Minister of Electricity, please never to return. We don't want load shedding anymore. But you see, the Minister is very cautious. And he says, indeed, we have put plans in place, our power stations have been fixed, we are able to take some of them for maintenance without load shedding, and we're putting in new plans for renewable energy and so on. But of course, he said, look, we will keep watching, but I can assure you that as we speak, in fact, this week the minister said we are now at 70% energy availability factor. So that's how they measure the supply. So they came to us a few months ago with Eskom and said we will push to be at 70% of energy availability factor. They've reached that. Yeah. So you can sleep comfortably because it means we have enough energy to power the economy, but also to make sure that our people, the people in communities, in our homes, we have lights, we have energy. So we're happy to sell this story. And some will ask me, Minister, so what about water? So I then say to them, the President has set up a task team so that we work hard to ensure that we don't get to the crisis to the extent we did with electricity. That's why Minister Majodina is running all over to make sure that we deal with this challenge. Because once you have enough energy, you have water, you have those are the 2 important elements to drive growth. Then you have the skills that are needed, and you are able to get your people to have jobs and be able to build this country. So that's what we are doing, and we are happy that we are beginning to see growth going to the positives. If you look at the stats that are being released recently, you'll see that we will have growth, the economy, albeit not what we had planned for. Even the National Treasury has revised the figures down to, I think, 1.5%. But we are going to the positive. So we can see growth happening. Deputy Minister said earlier that even employment, we're beginning to see growth. The numbers are not as big as we want, but we are beginning to see the turnaround. So, Program Director, in short, I want to say that we did take these investors into confidence about what's happening in South Africa, wherever we went, and we will do so when we go to the other countries. But because we wanted to make sure that people understand that South Africa is stable and we are working very well, we also met government officials. We met ministers and all other government officials to also engage with them in everywhere where we went. So the Government of National Unity is working. The Minister has just released our medium-term budget policy statement. And you can see that in the main, he was focusing on growth. Took the country into confidence on how we will drive growth going forward. We have a big challenge, of course, in South Africa, because, you know, our debt has been growing, so we need to begin to see how we can reduce that. We're spending a lot of money on debt repayment, and interest on debt is quite high, so we have to deal with all that. In his MTBPS, the medium-term budget policy statement, the minister indicated that in simple terms, the government growth strategy is anchored on the following pillars: maintaining macroeconomic stability, build state capacity or capability, supporting growth, enhancing public infrastructure investments, and implementing structural reforms. And that's the work we're doing a lot in what is called Operation Vulindlela. I think the Deputy Minister Gondwe spoke about it earlier. But infrastructure is very critical. I saw when I came to Knysna that the road is being fixed. I'm sure those who came that way, you were inconvenienced, but for the good reason, because they are fixing the road. It's important that we have good roads to be able, not just for us to travel, but for tourists as well to be able to come to our areas. Because I can tell you, if the road is not good, who will want to come to Knysna? So we are inconvenienced in the short term, but in the long run, we will benefit from the good road that they are busy building. And I can say that they are trying to rush because the holidays are with us. But some parts, I don't think they will finish before December. But let them fix the road, because we want good roads to be able to attract investors here, tourists to come to the Southern Cape, and someone I'm sure will say particularly Knysna. People like Knysna. Program Director, as I said, South Africa has shown significant results from measures aimed at reducing economic backlogs. We've got what we call economic recovery and reconstruction plan and Operation Vulindlela. Now, one of the challenges that face many governments, including our own, is red tape. You know, governments have red tape problem. You apply for a license, you wait for 6 months, and so on and so on. So we are trying to fix that problem. the ease of doing business. It's something that we are now dealing with decisively to make sure that when people want to do business with government, it must be efficient. We must be able to, when we apply, we must know we'll get an answer and quicker, not waiting 6 months. And this must happen across government, local government, provincial and national government. So those reforms are being driven in the presidency. We're doing that through Operation Vulindlela. We're introducing reforms in the energy space. An amount of 390 billion has been spent to deal with reforms in the energy sector. As I said, we were also increasing the megawatts of electricity that we need to power the economy. Minister, you'll be happy to know that in the presidency through Operation Vulindlela, we're also prioritizing water licenses. So we are now reducing the time to obtain water licenses. I'm told that it used to take people close to 300 days. It's now down to 90 days. And I want it more down. So there are a lot of these reforms that we are busy with in the ports. As you know, there have been challenges with Transnet. We are busy there as well to ensure that we deal with the challenges in our ports. Because if we don't sort out the problem in the ports, they get clogged, and the goods that must be transported to other destinations don't reach those destinations on time. And that's something that we are dealing with. I'm sure many of you must have seen in Richards Bay recently, trucks were clogging the ports. And the reason is because Transnet's freight rail was not operating at maximum. So we are busy now fixing that, because if the freight rail is not operating efficiently, people put their goods on trucks as an alternative. Now trucks damages roads and they clog the ports. So the sooner we fix the challenges of Transnet, the better. So we can have efficient freight rail to be able to take goods to the ports. Local government is something that everybody complains about all the time. All the time, when there are challenges, local government. So we are working with local government throughout the country to fix challenges. The Minister of Local Government, or COGT as we call it, have put in what they call a standard draft bylaw. Cabinet has just approved it to deal particularly with township economies. Recently, you have seen a challenge of children eating stuff that make them sick, and some have died. So we want to make sure that we regulate businesses even at that level. You can't just open up, wake up, you open a sponsor shop. No. We have to create an enabling environment. We do want people to do business, but they must do it correctly. There must be regulations in place. Those regulations must be absorbed and internalized and must be respected. So that's what we are doing. In fact, the President will make an announcement in the next day or so in terms of what are we going to do immediately to deal with this problem. But we want to make sure that we keep our people safe. We can't allow people to sell fake goods, dangerous foodstuffs that kill people. So that announcement is coming. We're just finalizing exactly what needs to be done. Because there were a lot of ideas. Other people were saying, close all spaza shops. Others were saying, but there are good spaza shops. There are bad ones. So do you want to close everything? So we're looking into that to say, yes, we shouldn't deprive people from doing business in the townships, whether it's spaza shops, but regulate business, not only spaza shops. All business must be regulated. So that matter is going to be dealt with, and the President will address the nation on that matter. He said he will do it before he travels to the G20 this weekend. So, ladies and gentlemen, your area, this region, Knysna plus the other areas, it's very important to us, and I want to support this collaboration. Yes, Knysna is very beautiful. You know, tourists like coming here, but all the parts of the region are also very important. So for me, regional strategy is something that we must support. In fact, I was asking the executive mayor last night when we met, and I said to him, okay, this is the first time this is initiated. He says yes. And I said, I think we must do it every year. It must not be a once-off thing. And it must be a good partnership between government and the private sector. We must work together. It must not be just a private sector initiative. Government must be there. The government can't be spectators. We must come in this initiative, put resources where necessary to make this succeed. And the good thing is that if we make it a yearly program, we are able to review. Because when we come next year, we'll be able to say, okay, we took these resolutions, we agreed on these plans, how far are we? What next? Because the world is moving fast. You know, in a year's time, you'll find that there are other initiatives we need to take. So the organizers will be able to review implementation of plans, and then we come back and say, we were here last year, now where to? So it must be an ongoing thing. And we were not sure if you as participants are going to agree to that. But it's a proposal. It becomes the regional conference, so next date will be 2025. Regional conference 2025, and so it goes. So that's what I wanted to suggest, and I think it is a good idea, and I want to say once again that you have our support. I just want to say on small businesses again that the President recently signed, it's an amended bill. It's called the National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill. It's going to help streamline government support services to small, medium enterprises, and it also introduces what we call a Small Enterprise Development Finance Agency. Because small businesses struggle with finance or access to finance. So government must be part of those who are coming with efforts to support funding to small medium enterprises. Let them have access to funding. So these initiatives have been put in place and will really help to support small medium enterprises. We are also going to pursue programs that encourage broad-based Black economic empowerment, employment equity, support small and medium enterprises, and make sure that these initiatives become successful. Program Director, climate change. It's a big problem, which all of us know it's a desert, and suddenly they had this rain that they've never had before. In fact, the flooding even flooded the airport. I remember very well because I think I was supposed to travel somewhere via Dubai, and I was told, hey, the airport is flooded. You have to wait for some time before travel. But the good thing is that the government cleared that in a matter of days. They cleared it. We were able to travel through the airport. But that's climate change. We have to be ready. We must not like we are taken by surprise. We need to be ready. So South Africa is part of working on the just transition with others. I'm told that Deputy Minister of Finance that we're going to need $100 billion to invest in initiatives that will deal with the challenge of emissions, etc. But we are working with other partners in the world. Some of the developed countries have committed to fund some of our initiatives, renewable energy, green hydrogen is part of that, energy vehicles. One of the biggest investments we have to do as well in the energy space is transmission. We have to invest 14,000 kilometers of transmission, new transmission that is required. Because if you generate more energy, but there are no transmission lines, they are not adequate, that energy is not going to reach people. But the good news is when I was in the UK, there were a number of companies, including funding companies, banks that were very interested in funding this initiative, because government is not going to be able to do it alone. I know that we will require the Deputy Minister of Finance close to 400 billion rands to roll out this. So those of you who are in the private sector with deep pockets, you can talk to the minister, Deputy Minister of Finance is here. Just indicate to him that in the region, you are a home of tourists. Tourists like this place. And I think we need to do everything that will continue to attract them. Let's make sure that, every time we talk about tourism, we remember the garden route. But we need those things that will make sure that the tourists do come here, your good roads and good restaurants, business people here. That's some of you, that's what you do best. Restaurants, hotels, B&Bs, etc. But we will push as part of our initiative with Minister Delil on tourism. We'll make sure that our initiative do include this region for tourism. It's something that is very important. So, Program Director, we are happy to be here. South Africa is going to be very busy next year. In December, on the 1st of December, we are taking over the presidency of the G20. Yes. We are taking over the presidency of the G20 for a year. So you can imagine how many people will be coming here. The last summit is happening now in Brazil, starting on Sunday. I know the president is going there on Sunday. And then from there, it comes to us. So we're taking over from Brazil. We have agreed that as South Africa, our theme is going to be solidarity, equality, and sustainable development. And we've agreed that when we host the G20, we're not going to concentrate events in Gauteng or the Western Cape Town. Because there's going to be a lot of ministers of finance are going to meet, ministers on infrastructure, private sector. So some of those meetings must take place in the Southern Cape.
Come on.
But more importantly, chairing the G20 must help us to drive growth, to drive development. And our approach is that we should make it an initiative that will benefit us, of course, as South Africa, but the African continent as well. So this is a big initiative. Somebody was saying to me, Minister, that hosting the G20 is going to be bigger than what we did when we hosted the World Cup. It's going to be bigger than when we hosted the World Cup, because all heads of states are coming. Now, as you know how the heads of states travel. When President Trump comes, President-elect Trump, probably when they come, they maybe come with 5 planes. So are others. So we need to make sure that our airports are ready to take the traffic, our hotels. In fact, as we speak, some of the engagements are starting now in December. I know some of the ministers' forum are going to start in December. They are coming. So we are excited to be hosting the G20, and we will work with you as business people, as government, to make sure that all of us benefit from this big initiative. We work together and we should make South Africa proud. Once again, I want to emphasize the fact that let us not forget small businesses. I visited yesterday in Cape Town. I visited. There's a summit there and an exhibition that they are exhibiting technological equipments. And I visited there, and I was very impressed because when I was there, the Minister of Communication invited me there to see what they are doing. And they had a whole section for SMEs. Very impressive. And you know, very interesting, one of the small enterprises was exhibiting some equipment. You won't think much about it when you say it. So I said, what do you do with this equipment? He says, no, we are producing this equipment. We actually developed this technology. It's used by the army. So I said, what do they do? He says, for a distance of 10 kilometers, when the army used this technology, their communication can't be interfered with and can't be listened into. And they are young black guys. It's their innovation they did, and they've got contract with the army. They're producing that for the army. It's amazing. So that's why I'm saying small businesses, let's not leave them behind. They've got ideas, and from government side, we will support them. We worked very closely with the Minister of Small Medium Enterprises, and we're going to make sure that they get this support all the time. So thank you very much for inviting us. It's not the last time you see us. If you agree for a yearly program, we would be with you again. But in between that, thank you very much.
Thank you again, Deputy President. It was wonderful to hear and listen. And absolutely, I think if everybody agrees, can we make that resolution number 1? We will have this yearly. I'm going to leave that to the current organizers to start putting a task team together to actually see how we're going to do that, because I would also imagine that it can rotate a little bit. Don't put it on Jan all the time, so maybe some of the other towns can pick it up. And in the same breath, we should also then look, Deputy President, at work streams based on what we heard today. That perhaps we can just put together 3 or 4 work streams and have some themes next time and start working on the work that needs to be done. Because I think we've heard a lot today, but we were not able to engage necessarily with each other. And I'm very glad that you brought that up, Deputy President, to actually start looking at a continuous process, because otherwise nothing will happen, and I think that's very true and very apt. I'm not going to take too long in closing, and I also would like Councillor Margaret to maybe come to the front so long for the thanks and so forth, while I'm just wrapping up quickly on my side. I'm not going to do the full process there. But I think what I picked up a lot is, I started alluding to the C's earlier, collaboration, also working in some ways through competitiveness from our region that we need to start understanding, build capacity, and be creative. And I think that's one of the things that we're actually very strong at in this region. We actually do things creatively, not in the wrong way, but in a good way. Because when there's a problem, we fix the problem, and we take things on in a collective manner. And I think that's very critical. Collaboration is for me always key. This can't happen from a one side only. It can't be government only, it can't be business only. And quite rightly, as Deputy said as well earlier, bring the social society into process as well. It can't happen without them either. So to me, that's very positive that came out today. And I think the speakers, all the ministers, deputy ministers, from the mayor's side, and everybody else that actually started bringing things together for us, we've got that big picture now. And I think it's very important to take that picture and start maybe break it back down again and rebuild it as a guardrail of the future and as a competitive investment destination. And I think that's very critical. So as the council from France said earlier, the Consul General, I mean, it's what do they look for when they come? And I think part of that group of people we put together as our work streams need to actually understand what is it that people look for, that we build on that. We've got it. But we're also one of thousands of destinations for investors. The President mentioned, and I think it's a situation that not only in South Africa, not only in the Western Cape, but internationally, people look at where do they put their money down, where does it stay, where do they grow. And we want to be on top of that list, and I think that's very important. So let's also maybe just consider that. I think the big thing, we did speak, the theme was about skills development, was about bringing that capacity building in. That's crucial, and I think and capacity building from both a perspective of, are we as government ready for that, or do we have the capacity within, and not only to put roads down and anything like that, but also to engage, and I think that's very important. And then the capacity within our businesses and the capacity within our private sector, how to get them to be that investment ready, or to be export ready, or to be a small enterprise growing into a medium enterprise, or informal going into formal, all those kind of things. And that's a wide variety of things. I know that sounds like we need to change the world in what's it, 365 days if we do this next year this time. But it's possible, and I think if we work together, it's not going to be impossible. Councillor, if you want to come and say thank you from my side, thank you very much for everybody.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. All protocol observed. You know, when they always say that when after the head of state speaks, and nobody speaks after that. Unfortunately, I have the task to do the vote of thanks. There's just one thing that I'd like to say before I do that. And something that in the past they've touched on earlier, and that is, I want to add by saying, especially to our SMEs, it says that if you have faith as small as a mustard seed, just as small as a mustard seed, then you can achieve anything. So, whatever you want to do in life, just start. Just by having faith. That's all that you need to do. So with that said, a warm and graceful afternoon to all our valued and distinguished guests, His Excellency, Honorable Mr. Sikopoza Paulus Mashatir, and Deputy President of South Africa. Thank you for gracing us with your presence and keynote address on the Operation Vulindlela Economic Development. A special acknowledgement goes to the role players who worked tirelessly to make this annual event a success. And I would like to make an exception here today, if the crowd allows me.
Yes.
Before I go to everybody else, there was a visionary. There was someone that saw this vision, not last year, but a few years ago, and that approached our officers to say, I want to make this dream a reality. Allow me to give a special thanks to Nati. That young man, Deputy President, he had a vision to bring people of Knysna and businesses alongside the government together. And together with the business chambers, they made this a reality here today. And I would like to welcome and also thank the Greater Knysna Business Chamber, together with the regional business chambers. Thank you for what you have achieved. Also allow me to thank the following ministers present here today. I thought that only Knysna have a very pleasant, courageous beauty Charlie.
Yay!
But beauty Charlie today. Minister Penny Mojadina. Also, the Deputy Minister in Finance, Mr. Ashwin Sarapai, if I pronounce it right. Dr. Mimi Gondwe, the Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training. Deputy Minister Naren Singh, that is the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. Also have Dr. Buddy Salia, the Chairperson of the Western Cape Business Network. Dr. Mimi Gondwe, my apologies. The Deputy Minister, I've already done that, my apologies. Alderman Andrew Struble, his absentia, the Executive Mayor of the Gardenwood District Municipality, the Executive Mayor of Knysna, Councillor Aubrey Ndora Chengwa, the Speaker of the Knysna Council, Councillor Skosana, all councillors present. I see a variety of them, from the DA, from the ANC, from PA.
Salute, salute.
From the PBI. You are all welcome, and thank you very much for your attendance. Also, a big thank you to Ms. Mashoto, the head of Domestic Tourism South Africa, our own acting municipal manager, Mr. Simon Malpin. I've got Mr. Sakwata, who is the Senior Advisor for Economic Development and Investment South Africa, SALGA. And all other distinguished guests here today, which I haven't mentioned. You really open and sharpen our minds for the better. And we shall take part in as highly equipped as we are through this conference to enhance the chances through business development in the government. And before I close, also a big thank you, before I forget, to the French consulate as well as the consulate of Eswatini. And I've already exchanged some ideas and said to myself, after this, my department must really get in touch with it, especially when it comes to skills development as well as exchange programs. So I've learned a lot, and we are most definitely going to be in contact. So a hearty round of applause and gratitude to everyone in attendance and helping us make this day a huge success. We shall see you all going out, as you go out in numbers. We will make sure that this investment conference will become the Regional Investment Conference 2025 with the assistance of National